Galwaf yr cynulliad cenedlaethol I drefn ag ar gychwyn hoffwn groesawu Mariam Jack Denton, llefarydd cynulliad cenedlaethol y Gambia, sy'n arwain cynrychiolwyr ar ymweliad â'r cynulliad cenedlaethol heddiw, felly croeso llefarydd a chdirprwyaeth. Yr eitem gyntaf yn agenda ni yw'r cwestiwn brys dwi wedi dderbyn o dan rheol sefydlog 12.67 a galwaf ar Adam Price I ofyn y cwestiwn brys.
Diolch, Llywydd. Pa gynlluniau mae Llywodraeth Cymru wedi gwneud I ymateb I effeithiau diddymu Caerilion?
Diolch, Llywydd. Ydym yn disgwyl ond ychydig o effaith uniongyrchol bydd diddymiad Caerilion yn codi yng Nghymru, bydd Llywodraeth Cymru yn gwneud popeth o fewn a'i gallu I helpu gweithwyr Caerilion yn effeithiau'r arnynt yma. Mae swyddogion Llywodraeth Cymru yn parhau I asesu unrhyw ganlyniadau pellach mewn sefyllfa sy'n parhau I ddatblygu'n gyflym.
Dwi'n ddiolchgar i'r ysgolhaig Cabinet am I ymateb. Dwi'n gobeithio allan ni gael ychydig bach mwy o fanylion ynglyn â rai o prosiectau penodol. Can you say whether any of the Welsh Government contracts awarded to Caerilion were awarded after July, the time of the first profits warning issued by the company? After the second and third profits warning in September and November last year, did the government discuss contingency arrangements with Abellio in relation to Caerillion's role as the nominated contractor as part of their rail franchise bid? And can the Cabinet Secretary further advise us if there's now a material risk that Abellio's bid is effectively null and void, as it is in effect naming a nominated contractor that no longer exists and therefore rendering it liable to legal challenge? Finally, is the whole Caerilion experience, which has left so many smaller subcontractors and their employees carrying the can effectively for a large company's mismanagement and indeed reckless profiteering, does it give us pause for thought in our over-reliance still on externally owned contracting conglomerates for our civil engineering work? There must surely be a better way going forward.
Thank the member for what I take to be three main questions. In relation to contracts that the Welsh Government has, there is one contract, a contract in relation to the design phase of Junction 15 and 16 on the A55, which was awarded after the original warning about Caerilion in July of next year. At the point that that warning was issued, the procurement process was paused. Further assurances were sought from the company. Those assurances were received and risks that might have been involved were mitigated. No other contract has been awarded since July of last year. As far as Abellio is concerned and the franchise arrangements there, I think there are a number of points which I should make. First of all, directly in answer to Adam Price's question, Transport for Wales, having seen the developments in July and during the autumn, have been involved in making sure that the necessary financial underpinning of bids is reliable, and they have been in discussions with Abellio on that basis. In the immediate aftermath of events earlier this week, the Cabinet Secretary has taken legal advice so that we are clear as to whether there are any impacts from these developments for the franchise process. The company itself is taking action to make sure that it is in a position to go forward with a bid if it chooses that course of action. And the Welsh Government remains committed to a final outcome in the tender process, which leads to the improvement in services that people in Wales wish to see secured. The third question the member raised is the broadest one, of course. He will have seen, I'm sure, a piece in the Financial Times today called The Problem of Bigness, in which the author teases out the difficulties that occur for public contracting organisations in a market where there has been radical consolidation and the number of players in the field doesn't necessarily give rise to genuine competition. So that inevitably does come to the fore in the Carillion experience, and he's right to point to the fact that all public authorities that are involved in securing necessary services through going out to contract will want to review this experience, learn the lessons from it, and to make sure that public funds are not exposed unnecessarily in the future.
Russell George.
George Fryth. Cabinet Secretary, can I ask you about any work you've done or you're going to be commissioned in terms of the consequences of this company going into liquidation, in terms of the wider economic conditions that this is going to bring to the Welsh economy and especially small businesses. But can I also ask you, Adam Price has raised questions about the rail franchise, but can I press you a little bit more about the projects which may well be affected in Wales? You said there would be little effect to projects in Wales, but can I just press you a little bit more on that for some further clarification on which projects may well be affected? And can I also ask about projects in Wales that are perhaps about to be started or in the middle of construction that are not being, that perhaps are being operated or project managed by not Carillion but another company? I think of Newtown Bypass in my own constituency as an example, managed by Alan Griffiths contractors, but may well depend on suppliers for steel, for bridges or other project management consequences as well, and about what conversations you may have had with them in terms of how projects in Wales may be affected or be potentially delayed.
Thank you, Llywyd. Well, the member is right that while the direct exposure of the Welsh Public Service to Carillion is modest, that does not mean to say that there aren't businesses and subcontractors in Wales who, in the other aspects of Carillion's work, may now find themselves exposed as a result of Carillion's demise. So officials of the Welsh Government are carrying out the necessary work to try to identify where those difficulties may lie. We are in discussions both with the FSB and the CBI about that, and using the networks that the Welsh Government has across Wales, so that if there are difficulties that emerge of the sort that the member has identified, we are alert to them and are able to offer such help as we are able to in those circumstances.
There are Cabinet Secretary. There are obviously ethical and very practical issues, both of which I'd like to address. I mean, we know the history of Carillion. We've debated it in this chamber in terms of its anti-trade unionism, its blacklisting and its attacks on terms and conditions of workers. And that's a model that's obviously contributed to its current downfall. And I'm sure you will agree with me that it's a welcome sign that the UK government is now investigating the Carillion directors. And I'm sure you would agree with me also that investigation probably needs to go further to the bankers who have speculatively backed the company, and indeed the government ministers who appear to have been so keen to line the pockets of the shareholders and the directors with goals, with contracts, when there were clear warnings out. But do you agree with me that the most important bit is this? We have a number of Welsh companies, many of whom actually trade in England as well, who will now potentially not be paid. They will now potentially be at risk of going under. There are workers who have had their pension funds that have also been robbed, and that we need to examine the impact on the Welsh economy of those particular companies, and in particular what support we can give. But in terms of the ethical question, isn't it the fact that we have an economic model that is basically about squeezing profits for the few, robbing the workers' pension funds and expecting the public at the end of the day to bail them out? And that is something that we can be so grateful that the Welsh Government has not gone down this particular road.
Well, so with successive Welsh governments have not been prepared to follow the model that Mick Anthony has just outlined. We have always been alert to the dangers of a way of conducting business in which profit is privatised and risk is socialised. And that's exactly what you've seen in this example. Here is a company which, from public money, has been giving dividends to its shareholders, is prepared to go on paying its senior executives well beyond the point where that was a sensible course of action to take. And when it all goes wrong, when their friends over there go wrong, what happens? What happens then? You expect the public first to step in. You expect the public to pay for your mistakes. And in Wales, that's a course of action we've never been prepared to follow. That's why we don't have and won't have in Wales the sort of handing over to the private sector public services that ought to be publicly provided and publicly paid for. That's why we don't have fire service personnel delivering meals in school in Wales today. Yes, there are lessons to be taken from Carillion. Luckily in Wales, we'd learnt them well before the party opposite.
Janet Finch-Saunders.
Diolch Llywyd, and back to my lovely constituency of Aberconwy, and thank you for making reference to junctions 15 and 16 on the A55 and the removal of the roundabouts. Those works have been long promised by this Welsh Government, so it's understandable that now, with Carillion having gone into liquidation, that many of my constituents are asking me what's going to happen where those works are concerned. Cabinet Secretary, is there a chance that I can go back to my constituency and tell my residents, our motorists and our visitors, that you will actually look at getting on with these works? And maybe, why don't we look towards more local procurement? I cannot see why these works could not have been carried out. We have local companies in our area that could have carried out these works. But will you please look at getting on with these works? Because the hold-ups on the A55 and the terrible problems we have, Carillion has gone now into liquidation, but we still have that situation on the A55 that is really affecting our motorists and our residents. So anything you could do would really be appreciated. Thank you.
Well, I fully appreciate the points that Janet Finch-Saunders has made. Carillion was contracted in the design phase only so far of the junctions 15 and 16 of the A55, and there would have been about 12 months of that design work still to go. And the Welsh Government will look to see whether there are ways in which we can respond to these difficulties in a way that does not lead to that timetable being elongated. I mean, these are very early days, but just to give her an example of the sort of actions we will look to explore, there are subcontractors in that contract actually carrying out the work. Maybe it would be possible for one of those subcontractors to become the main contractor to carry on that work and to complete the important developments at that junction, which I know matter to her constituents and to others who use that part of the A55 without further delay. Llywyd, I ought to apologise to Russell George for failing to have answered the first part of his question. If I could very briefly say to him, there are two other contracts that we have. There is the contract at the Llandewi Brefi section of the A40, where the design phase is more or less complete, and where we will now have to think about how we take forward the second phase of a three-phase contract. And then there was section 3 of the A465, which has been completed, which is already open, where there is a small-scale landscape contract that would have lasted for 5 years with Carillion beyond the opening of that section 3 of the Heads of the Valleys Road, where halfway through that 5-year period, we will now have to find another way of fulfilling the remaining 2.5 years. But that is the full extent of the exposure of the Welsh Government to Carillion in the contracts that the member mentioned.
Simon Thomas.
Diolch, Llywyd. Diolch am y datganiad ar ateb y cwestiwn heddi, ond mae rhaid dweud bod ni'n syni glywed fod na contract wedi osod yn y gogledd ar y A55, a fod i chi sylweddoli a clywed am y newyddion ym mis Gorffennaf am statws y cwmni yma, achos dyna wrth gwrs yn union beth oedd John Trickett yn beirniadu blaid Gwediwadol amdano'n hall iawn ddoe yn Tŷ'r Gyffredin, gosod contractor ar ôl canfod y problemau, neu clywed am y problemau, a tudalen y busnes y Financial Times a llefydd eraill. Felly mae rhaid i Llywodraeth, dwi'n meddwl, ail-ystyried y ffordd maen nhw'n ymwneud nawr a gweddillion cyfeirion, ac yn ywedig beth sydd yn ymhlug yn hwn wrth y fasnachfaint a belio a cais a belio i fynd yr afael y fasnachfaint fe ffordd. Ond i droi at benodol at y cwestiwn ydych chi newydd cyfeirio ato, sef gwella'r A50 wel, gawn ni'n paidio cymysgu Llanddewi, gwahanol Llanddewi, pen blewyn, gawn ni ddweud. Mae abelio i fod, dim abelio, sori, cyfeilion i fod i ddechrau'r gwaith yna, a chaf yma fel o'n i'n deall pethau. A fydd na oedi nawr yn y cynllun yma, a beth yw'r camau penodol mae Llywodraeth Cymru wneud nawr i sicrhau na fydd gwaith pwysig sydd yn ei tro wrth gwrs yn arwain at digwyddiadau economaidd yn yr ardaloedd hynny yn cael ei oedi gormod lles teithwyr, ond hefyd lles datblygu economaidd Cymru.
Diolch i Simon Thomas am y cwestiynau eraill. Just to be clear, in relation to Junction 1516, the A55, that the whole business of awarding a contract had been completed before the profits warning of the 10th of July, but contract letters had not been sent out to the company. So at that point, the sending out of award letters was withheld, and a further set of investigations were carried out with Carillion PLC to determine if there were risks that needed to be identified. So there was a further period of due diligence in which formal assurances were sought and obtained from the company. And officials who were responsible for carrying out that assessment believed that the necessary assurances had been obtained. There was an equal, or there was a different risk that had the award not been made, the company itself may have sought to have had that decision reviewed, because the ordinary processes had been properly completed and they had won the contract. So there was a risk that they themselves would have sought to take action, giving rise to a further set of delays of the sort that Janet Flynn-Saunders mentioned earlier, and that, understandably, local citizens would have been keen to avoid. So there was a balance of risk to be drawn up. It was very purposefully and thoroughly investigated. Turning to his point about the Llandewi Felfrey Penblewyn section of the A40, that is a three-phase contract. The first phase is more or less completed. There will be choices to be made, which the Minister responsible will now want to weigh up. In this case as well, there are substantial subcontractors involved in the scheme, and it is possible that one of them may be in a position to become the main contractor, and the advantage of that would certainly be that it would reduce delay. But the opportunity is there, if the Cabinet Secretary prefers, to go out to tender for the next phase of that contract, to see what the market has to offer and to secure the best value for Welsh public expenditure. The downside of that is that it inevitably involves delay. In the very short period of time since the Carillion collapse occurred, officials have been identifying options, and no doubt they will put advice to ministers, and ministers will then decide between them.
Diolch i'r ysgrifennydd Cabinet, a gai ymddiheirio i'r ysgrifennydd Cabinet os o'n i'n orawyddus ar un pwynt i alw'r cwestiwn nesaf. Yna'n gwbl anforiadol ar yn rhannu, mae'n drwg gen i dorri ar eich traws chi yn eich atebion y prynawn yma. Felly, reitem nesaf ar yr agenda yw cwestiynau i'r Prif Weinidog, a'r cwestiwn cyntaf Joyce Watson.
Diolch, Llywydd. Does the Welsh Government intend to ban wild animals in circuses in Wales?
Well, during business questions last week, the Cabinet Secretary for Energy, Planning and Rural Affairs agreed to issue a written statement on mobile animal exhibits, including circuses, before the spring half-term recess.
I thank you for that answer, First Minister. I think the whole tenure of my question leads you to believe that I think that we ought to ban wild animals from the use in circuses. And I look forward to us bringing that forward. And it is the case, of course, that England have announced that they're moving in this direction. They've only announced, let's not get carried away, with a move in this direction. But at the same time, Scotland have actually moved in this direction. So I do urge the government to send a crystal clear message to travelling circuses, because we don't have any resident circuses in Wales, that if they have wild animals on board, that they are not welcome in Wales, that it's outdated practice that needs to be stopped. So whilst we're going through the process, and I welcome the fact that we are making a move in this direction, at the same time I hope you'll send that message in the interim.
Well, it's clear, following the recent consultation on licensing of mobile animal exhibits, that there's widespread support for a ban on the use of wild animals in circuses, and officials are considering how to address this issue. It goes without saying that the way that we treat our animals is an important reflection of the values of our society. Now, the consultation closed on the 9th of October, and I know that the Minister is actively considering now the best way forward.
Paul Davies.
Diolch. Prif Weinidog, mae yna bryderon gwirioneddol bod y diffiniad arfaethedig o arddangosfeydd teithiol o anifeiliaid yn ymgynghoriad diweddar y Llywodraeth yn rhy eang ac yn peri risg unrhyw system drwyddedu neu gofrestru ddod yn am ymarferol neu yn angamesur. Felly allwch chi ddweud wrthon ni siwt y bydd Llywodraeth Cymru yn mynd i'r afel a'r pryderon hyn fel bod unrhyw gynnydd ar y mater hwn yn gymesur ac yn wirioneddol yn arwain at waharddiad ar ddefnyddio anifeiliaid gwyllt mewn circuses yng Nghymru, oherwydd dyna dwi'n credu beth mae pobl yng Nghymru eisiau gweld.
Wel, bydd hwnna'n rhan o'r ystyriaeth sydd yn cael ei roi i'r mater hyn gan y gweinidog dros wythnosau nesaf. Ni moyn wrth gwrs i sicrhau cynllun sydd yn cael impact parhaol ar safonau lles anifeiliaid mwyn wrth gwrs sicrhau bod ni'n gwella safonau iechyd a lles anifeiliaid yma yng Nghymru.
Siân Gwenllian.
Yr hyn sy'n ymhoeni fi efo hwn ydy y galla Cymru droi yn hafan ar gyfer syrcases sy'n defnyddio anifeiliaid gwyllt. Yr Alban wedi gwahardd, San Steffan falla yn mynd i wahardd Cymru ar ei hôl i fan hyn gweitha'r ffaith fod arweinydd Prydeinig eich plaid chi o blaid gwaharddiad. Felly, be'n union sydd yn dal chi nôl? Ac onid cangymeriad oedd cymysgu dau beth yn yr ymgynghoriad. Onid ydy hi'n yn fater syml o ddod â gwaharddiad ar anifeiliaid gwyllt mewn syrcases i mewn, ac wedyn edrych ar beth sydd angen i wneud o ran yr arddangosfeydd mewn ardaloedd gwledig ac yn y blaen.
Na, fi'n credu bod beth sydd wedi cael ei wneud yn yr ymgynghoriad yn iawn, ac wrth gwrs ni moyn symud ymlaen. Dyn ni ddim moyn fod yn hafan. Gai just gweud na wrth yr aelod. Dyn ni ddim moyn fod yn hafan lle mae anifeiliaid gwyllt yn gallu dod i Gymru bod yna waharddiad yn y gwledydd eraill o dan syniad a hyd yn oed gwiriniaeth Iwerddon. So nid hwnna yw'r bwriad. Beth ni'n ystyried nawr yw beth yw'r ffordd orau ymlaen mwyn sicrhau lles yr anifeiliaid hyn.
Cwestiwn 2, Nick Ramsey.
Diolch, Llywydd. Will the First Minister outline the Welsh Government's priorities for the NHS in Monmouthshire?
Yes, our priorities for the NHS in Monmouthshire are the same as they are for the whole of Wales. We'll continue to protect investment in the health service and deliver the range of commitments set out in taking Wales forward.
First Minister, if I can ask you about dementia care, and there's deep concern in and around Chepstow at the planned closure of the purpose-built dementia ward at Chepstow Community Hospital and the relocation of services to St Wallace Hospital in Newport. And Iron Bevan Local Health Board have cited staff shortages as one of the reasons for this. This is at consultation phase at the moment. If this goes ahead, it will represent the loss of Monmouthshire's entire inpatient dementia provision and a combined reduction in provision in Newport and Monmouthshire from 29 to 14 beds. Will you urge the Health Board to reconsider these flawed plans, to protect Chepstow's Hospital's valuable resources and to find a more sustainable solution to the problem the Health Board is currently facing?
Well, I am aware of the changes that have been made. I'm also aware that the Health Board has undertaken a 12-week public consultation. That's still open, and I'd encourage all views to be fed into that consultation. I'm also aware that the Health Board has discussed options for the future development of Chepstow Community Hospital and has established a working group to develop proposals for the future of the excellent local facilities. And I further understand that the Health Board is expecting an initial report to be presented in the spring.
Cwestiynau nawr gan arweinwyr y pleidiau arweinydd grŵp UKIP, Neil Hamilton.
Diolch yn fawr, Llaeth. The First Minister will agree with me that in order to secure value for money in public contracts, it's desirable that there should be a reasonable spread of credible bidders. It wasn't entirely clear to me from the answer which the Finance Secretary gave to Adam Price earlier what the legal impact is going to be of the collapse of Carillion in relation to Abellio's bid. There are only 3 bidders in the contest at the moment. If Abellio is removed from it, that means, of course, there are only 2 bids. What are the implications of this for that general principle of securing value for money by having credible competition for these big contracts? This is a contract which affects not just the Wales and Border rail franchise, but also the electrification of the Valleys lines as part of the Metro project. And this contract will be let for 15 years. So it has long-term consequences. I wonder if the First Minister could give us a little more clarification on this point.
Well, it's no secret that our preferred scenario would have been to be able to run Welsh Railways via a not-for-profit, arm's-length Welsh Government-owned business. But we were prevented from doing that by the Conservative Government in London. Happy to let Scotland do it, but as far as Wales are concerned, not happy to let... He's groaning away, the Leader of the Opposition again, not supporting this, of course, but the reality is that we were prevented from doing that. But that, nevertheless, was our preferred option. We were stopped from doing it. But he asked the question about Abellio. Transport for Wales has the appropriate expertise in place to deal with this. We're in discussions with Abellio Rail Cymru about the complex situation, and it is complex, it arises from the announcement. Whilst the difficulties encountered by part of one of the consortium bidders is disappointing, it is important we remain focused on the evaluation to keep procurement on track. I can say that Transport for Wales continue to evaluate the competitive bids received whilst ensuring equality of treatment of the bidders in line with procurement law.
Well, what's happened this week, whilst it couldn't have been predicted with confidence, there was clearly a high possibility that Carillion was going to get into difficulties from which it couldn't extricate itself. After all, we had the first profit warning in July. In September, the shares in Carillion fell by 60% in 2 days. 3 weeks after that, there was another profits warning. On the 17th of November, Carillion warned that it was on course to breach its banking covenants, which must have gone to the heart of the credibility of that part of Abellio's bid. And considering they were the preferred construction partner, this obviously had immense implications for the credibility of that bid. Was there any action taken by Transport for Wales or any involvement by Welsh Government in the period after July to try to protect the bidding process against the possibility of the collapse of Carillion's bid, not Carillion, Abellio's bid? Because if Abellio had been able to obtain some other construction partner or keep one in the wings in the meantime, that might have been able to save this element of the bidding process.
I think there are dangers in Transport for Wales engaging in that way with a bidder. There has to be distance between Transport for Wales and the bidders themselves. It is a matter for Abellio Rail Cymru to put themselves in a situation where they are confident that their bid can move forward, and discussions will continue along those lines in terms of how that can be done. But we know that there was a profit warning in July. I don't think, hindsight is a wonderful thing, but I don't think anybody, let alone the UK government, could have known the scale of the problems within Carillion. Clearly, they were unprepared, and I think that many would have found themselves in that situation. I think that the feeling might have been that Carillion were too big to fail, but unfortunately we know that that isn't the case. But nevertheless, we are talking about a part of one of the consortium bidders. It's a question now to see whether that part can be replaced.
Well, it's clear that the answer to my question is that both the Government and Transport for Wales sat on its hands during that period. But I'll leave that there. Does the First Minister share my sort of amusement that Philip Green, the chairman of Carillion since 2014, was an advisor on corporate responsibility to David Cameron and Theresa May as Prime Minister, that the previous chief executive of Carillion, Richard Howson, was allowed to leave the company a few months ago with a 12-month payoff of £660,000 in salary and £28,000 in benefits, whilst the company has been making small firms wait for up to 120 days for payment on their contracts. The Welsh Government has a policy on social responsibility in companies that are contracting with it, and surely prompt payment is one of the essential elements in that. The Welsh Government has a policy of paying all invoices on time, and when the Welsh Government receives bids from firms for large contracts, which it's going to award, or agencies like Transport for Wales, what protection is going to be given to small firms who are now left, as in this instance, probably high and dry? Lots of them will not be paid, and that could be pivotal in whether the question of whether small businesses themselves, as a ricochet effect from the collapse of Carillion, also go out of business.
Cash flow is all to a small business. It's not clear yet what the extent of Carillion's collapse will be on small businesses in Wales. I know that the Cabinet Secretary is looking to obtain information on that. But of course, what we can't do is govern the way in which large businesses run themselves. There are many issues there that the Leader of UKIP has rightly highlighted. Moral issues, and it seems to me that quite often in some businesses, not all of course, not in most, that bonus payments are made regardless of performance, and also that people are paid off with substantial sums of money in order to go away even where performance is well below the standard expected. There are issues there. There are issues in terms of how empowered shareholders are. They hold, of course, the board to account, but in terms of knowledge, expertise, it's not quite as easy as that. And I think there are, as a result of what we've seen from Carillion, lessons to be learned in terms of looking again at company law and the way in which companies govern themselves. Is there sufficient governance in larger companies to ensure that this kind of situation doesn't happen? We see from Carillion that the answer to that is no.
Gwynedd Plaid Cymru, Leanne Wood.
Diolch, Llywydd. First Minister, today's independent report on health and social care highlights the importance of staff well-being, and it says that there should be a sharp focus on staff engagement and well-being. Now, all political parties regularly praise NHS staff, and that's quite right. It's well-deserved, because without them, the NHS would be nothing. Do you think enough is being done to support the well-being of NHS staff?
Well, these are primarily for the local health boards. But again, I join with the Leader of Plaid Cymru in offering a tribute to the incredibly hard work that's been done by members of staff. I know that the Director of Health and Social Services has been around the different A&E departments around Wales, listening to their experiences. We know the situation is easing compared to what it was a few weeks ago. But yes, we'd encourage local health boards, of course, to make sure that there are the right mechanisms in place to ensure that staff feel supported beyond the words that we as politicians express.
First Minister, in recent weeks, disclosures have been made to me by workers in our NHS about serious problems with staff morale and well-being. People serving on the front line claim to be at breaking point as a result of some of the pressures that have been put upon them. Now, I've only had permission to refer one of these disclosures so far, but the person has asked me specifically to raise it with you in government. First Minister, a serious allegation is being made that at times of high demand, ambulance service prioritisation is putting people at risk. In the past few weeks, it's alleged that patients categorised as suitable for a 20-minute response have had to wait up to 6 hours for an ambulance. I'm told that these include patients who have had a stroke, heart attacks and breathing problems. The person revealing this information to me is currently off sick with stress and cannot speak about their job without breaking down into tears. First Minister, how can this situation be defended, and what are you going to do about it?
Well, of course, knowing the full facts, it's difficult to give an answer today, but There is sufficient there for me to investigate, in my mind, and I will write to the leader of Plaid Cymru, putting to the Ambulance Trust what she has said today, and when I get a response from them, I will of course share it with her.
Thank you for that, First Minister. I would urge you as well to ask your Health Secretary to assess the well-being of staff in the NHS, as the letter that I received mentions that counsellors from a charity have had to be brought in to speak with ambulance control staff, such is the level of that stress. Now, if that is true, that is a really shocking situation, and it's an emergency within our public services. Can you confirm that counselling has been offered to NHS staff? And when it comes to ambulance resources, can you assure us that prioritisation will be under review and that responding to red calls is not putting anyone classed as an amber call at risk of death or further injury?
Again, needs further investigation. If the Plaid Cymru will allow me, I will investigate those further matters as well. When the response is received, I will of course share it with them.
Bwynydd yr Wrth, Blaid Andrew Arty Davies.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. First Minister, the Government before Christmas brought out their new economic action plan, Prosperity for All. This is the fourth action plan that the Labour Party have brought forward since devolution started. The first one, a winning Wales in 1999, a vibrant economy in 2005, and a new direction in 2009. If you actually look at the document, it doesn't offer much hope as to how the Government are actually going to increase wages here in Wales, which are significantly below other parts of the United Kingdom. In the 20 years that you've been in government here in Wales, or nearly 20 years you've been in government in Wales, GVA has only increased by 0.5%. It doesn't offer much hope as to exactly how you're going to get a real momentum behind GVA here in Wales. How can we have confidence that this document will be any different to the three predecessors that it had?
Well, first of all, if we look at unemployment is low in Wales and often lower than the UK average. In 1999, that would have been fanciful to claim that. We were perpetually above the UK average, and that is something that shows the success of what we've done to encourage business and investment. Secondly, there is a challenge in terms of increasing GVA per head. How is that done? To me, there are two ways. First of all, you ensure that when you look to secure investment, it's investment that pays highly. In the late 80s and early 1990s, the policy pursued by his party was to replace well-paid jobs in coal and steel with badly paid, unskilled jobs. And so, although the unemployment rate did not necessarily increase, GVA went down because the jobs weren't so highly paid. We saw at the end of the 90s and the early part of the last decade, many of those businesses leave Wales because they were going somewhere where wage rates were even lower. We are not prepared as a government to sell ourselves to the rest of the world on the basis that we are a cheap wage economy, which is what the Conservative government did in the early 1990s, and on the basis that come to Wales because it's cheap, no more. We see the fruits of that. We see, of course, the investment from companies like Aston Martin. We see the further investment in Airbus up in the north. We've seen investments, for example, in Pembrokeshire around the port of Milford Haven, all of which are much better paid than jobs that used to come here. That's one part of it. The second part is training. You know, the question we get asked more than any other when we speak to businesses who want to invest in Wales is, have you got the people with the skills that we need? And they're interested in cost, they're interested in skills, and increasingly we can answer that question positively. So it means working with FE colleges in terms of apprenticeships. We have our commitment to 100,000 all-age apprenticeships in the course of this Assembly. It's by raising people's skill levels that we can make sure they can put more money in their pockets and thus increase GVA.
First Minister, you raised the issue about wages. If you take Scotland as an example, back in 1999, a Welsh worker and a Scottish worker took home the same take-home pay. Today, a Scottish worker takes home £49 more in the pay packet each week than a Welsh worker does. That's a fact. In this document, wages are only mentioned twice. Taxes, business taxes, are only mentioned once out of 17,000 words. Automation, which is the huge challenge we face, where potentially 35% of the workforce could lose their jobs or have their jobs remodelled over the next 20 years, has a bare mention in this document. There doesn't seem to be any answers around the real challenges that we do face in the next decade or two. And this document, I presume, is the driver for economic policy coming out of the government for at least the next 4 to 5 years, depending on the mandate. And yet, again, I go back to this point. It is the fourth document that has come out of the Welsh Labour Party in government here in Wales, and I highlighted the poverty in wages here in Wales as opposed to other parts of the United Kingdom, and this document doesn't have that solution. Give us some inspiration as to what we can look at in 2021 on wages, on wealth here in Wales, and above all, on companies re-establishing themselves here in Wales.
Well, it's already the case that we know there are challenges with automation. Indeed, my colleague Lee Waters, I think, has got a short debate in this tomorrow on automation. He is somebody who's been very keen to make sure that we look at the fourth industrial revolution, as it's described, and I know it's something that the Cabinet Secretary is very much aware of. Hope. The hope is this. Wales is a place, a destination where companies from all around the world want to come. That Wales is a place where people are seen as being innovative, as being entrepreneurial, a place where people have the skills that are needed to survive not just in the next 5 or 10 years, but beyond, to meet the challenges of automation. A place where there's not a fragmented education system, but one that works together in order to make sure that people have those skills that are required. A country where there's a government that works closely with businesses, goes out to different countries and encourages businesses to come to Wales and to invest in Wales. That's why we have the highest figure for foreign direct investment for 30 years. But also a government that understands that it's not a question of securing overseas investment, it's a question of ensuring that our SMEs continue to be established and to grow. One of the issues we face in the Welsh economy is that too many of our SMEs grow to a particular level and then sell. The owners sell to a bigger company. And there's always been that issue. How do we encourage those people to actually grow bigger, to have more companies listed on the LSE, listed on the AIM, because we're underrepresented on them, and want to grow, rather than say, well, I've done my bit now, I'm going to sell the business. We have the entrepreneurs, there's no question about it. I see it with younger people. They have a drive and a confidence that we didn't have, because we were put off it actively when I was in school. Harnessing those people, making sure they have access to business support and advice, making sure they have access to support through Finance Wales, making sure that they have the skills that are needed to prosper in the future, that's the key to the Welsh economic future that I want to see, and I believe the people of Wales want to see.
I've had it put to me that that's the Ladybook analogy of what you want for the economic future, First Minister, because, in fairness, there is 17,000 words in this document. I had hoped that you would have given us something firm, a roadmap which would lift Welsh wages. As I've highlighted, over the 20 years, a Scottish worker is taking home £49 more in their pay packet than a Welsh worker is taking home. GVA has increased by 0.5% over the 20 years. That is hardly a record to be proud of. I want to see Wales thrive economically, just like the picture you've painted. But I had hoped that you would have drawn something out of this document that was brought forward by the Cabinet Secretary, because this is the blueprint that you're basing your economic model on. And it doesn't offer much hope when taxes are mentioned once, when wages are mentioned twice, and automation is only mentioned 6 times. And if I could ask you on taxes in particular, do you believe that the tax environment the government is bringing forward will make Wales a more competitive tax environment to attract businesses into Wales? I've had representations brought to me by businesses on the land transfer tax, the LTT, that shows that Wales will ultimately be at a disadvantage. And I know the Cabinet Secretary for Finance has met with industry leaders on this particular issue, who are really concerned at the write-downs that businesses are going to have to put into their balance sheets because of the higher tax environment that your government is bringing forward. So do you believe that the tax environment that you will be creating here in Wales will put Wales at an advantage in attracting some of these new jobs and new enterprises that will help us tackle the automation generation that is coming our way?
Well, I think he means Lady Bird Book rather than Ladybook. I trust that is the case. But he asks the question, am I confident in the land transaction tax and the tax environment it creates? The answer to that is yes. Am I confident that what we're doing as a government adapts? He mentions the fact there were 4 different plans. Well, of course there are. If we still had the same plan from 1999, we'd be ossified in the past. In 1999, I remember Dr. Phil Williams standing up in the previous chamber and telling us all about broadband, and none of us knew what he was talking about. And he acknowledged that, in fairness to him, but he was ahead of the game. He was ahead of the game. In 1999, nobody talked about broadband. Now, of course, it's a fact of life. So we have to adapt, and the fact we've had different approaches over the last 20 years is a sign that we have adapted to make sure we deal with the different circumstances that the world throws at us. And I have to say, I am more than happy to defend our record as a government on the economy, to defend our ideas, to defend the fact that we are a proactive government. We take stakes in businesses where we believe businesses are going to be successful. We put our money where our mouth is. Where are his ideas? Where are the Welsh Conservative ideas? I have absolutely no idea what their economic policy is. And judging by the blank looks on the faces over there, their heads are all down. I don't think they do either. By all means, let's have a debate on economic ideas, but let's hear what yours are first.
Tree Heaven David.
Will the First Minister make a statement on the ways in which health boards and local authorities can collaborate to ensure effective and joined-up working?
Well, standards can best be raised when partners work together. And this year, £60 million has been provided via the Integrated Care Fund to support health and social services to deliver a wide range of integrated services in response to their population assessments.
With the parliamentary review of health and social care in mind, I've been approached by constituents who have raised concerns about continuity of care for children moving into adulthood. And Iron Bevan University Health Board tell me they're working with their 5 local authority partners in their area to try and move towards a pooled integrated service provision. But this has proven a challenge, partly because of the range of bodies, but also because of the often difficult transition into adulthood for children requiring continuity of care. Would the First Minister therefore agree to a review of the 2012 children and young people continuing care guidance issued by the Welsh Government? I think it needs updating in the light of social care delivered by local authorities and other partners, and therefore we can then make sure that those transitioning into adulthood have a good chance of continuity of care.
Can I thank my colleague for that question? First of all, if he wishes to write to me with further details, I will look at the individual case more closely. But secondly, he asked particularly about the guidance. I can say that that process has begun. We are setting up a group to consider the provision of continuing care for children and young people and look to produce new guidance to replace the existing guidance, taking into account, of course, developments since then.
Angela Burns.
Presiding Officer. First Minister, a key finding of the parliamentary review into health and social care found that there were a plethora of national boards overseeing work programmes outside of organisational structures, and a clear recommendation was that these boards should be streamlined in order to ensure more effective delivery of public services. Notwithstanding the changes that might be coming along to health and social services, this is a concern that has arisen in other areas of public services. There's lots of reporting, not so much doing. Will you consider looking at a review to streamline the boards that we have throughout the whole of the public sector, and to ensure that the boards, the collaboration boards that we do have in place and the programme boards that we have in place are effective and do work together really well, and to get rid of those that are not, so that we can really focus on delivering the transformation we all desperately need to see?
Well, can I say, I'm aware, of course, that the review itself is a cross-party review. And I think the review deserves full consideration by all parties with a full response. What I can say to her, though, she makes the point, obviously sensibly, that we want to see borders removed. I know that the review laid out a vision of seamless health and care without artificial boundaries between primary and secondary care, health and social care, and that is entirely consistent with what we want to see as well. So getting that done is the next step in terms of considering what the review has found.
Rhina Piorwel.
Diolch Llywydd. Mi dynais i sylw'r gweinidog cabinet dros iechyd yn ddiweddar y broblem o dacsis ambulans yn cael eu canslo yn aml ar y funud ola. Wrth gwrs, rhywbeth sy'n achosi loes i gleifion sydd wedi bod yn aros tro i fynd i'r ysbyty. Mewn ateb dderbynais i ar yr 8fed o Ionawr, mi dwedodd yr ysgrifennydd cabinet i fod o'n siomedig i glywed am y pryderon yma, y bod rhaglen draws newid yn cael ei gweithredu i wella'r maes yma, a bod cydweithio efo Llywodraeth leol yn rhan o'r ateb. Ond pryd allai i ddeud wrth fy etholwyr i y gallen nhw ddisgwyl gweld y rhan pwysig yma'r gwasanaeth iechyd yn cael ei sefydlogi, achos hyd yma, gweithio'r rhaglen weithredol, mae'n amlwg nad ydy o'n gweithio.
I'r ysgrifennydd cabinet sgrifennu iddo mwyn sicrhau bod ymateb llawn yn cael ei roi.
Caroline Jones.
First Minister, sadly we see the results when our health boards and local authorities fail to work together effectively. Patients forced to stay in hospital far longer than necessary, or patients discharged without a care package in place. First Minister, I have been contacted by numerous elderly patients and have been left to fend for themselves after being discharged from hospital. What is your government going to do to ensure that everyone who is discharged from hospital has adequate care in place during their recuperation?
Well, that shouldn't happen, of course. It's a matter for local authorities to ensure that that doesn't happen. The Integrated Care Fund is designed to ensure that the barrier between barriers that stop people leaving hospital in order to return home are reduced and indeed removed. I can say that the latest published figures on delayed transfers of care do record a reduction of 0.7% in the number of delays across Wales compared to the October 2017 period, and that total is 6% down on the same period last year and lower than the totals reported in the equivalent period in the preceding 2 years. To me, that's a sign that the Integrated Care Fund and the money we have invested in that are having a positive effect on so many people's lives.
Cwestiwn 4, Rhina Biorwerth.
Diolch yn fawr. Rawn aeth y Prif Weinidog ddatganiad am gyfathrebu a phobl sy'n aros am wasanaeth band eang cyflym iawn.
Mae gwybodaeth o gyflwyno band eang cyflym iawn o dan prosiect Cyflymu Cymru ar gael ar wefan Llywodraeth Cymru, a bydd darparu gwybodaeth effeithiol ar gyflwyno hyn hefyd yn ofyniad allweddol o unrhyw brosiect olynol.
Diolch, mi gysylltodd etholwr o Talwrn efo fi yn ddiweddar. Nid i fod yn flin oherwydd bod ganddo fo ddim band eang cyflym iawn, ond i fod o rwan wedi ffindio allan i fod o ar gael iddo fo ers rhai misoedd, ond bod o ddim yn gwybod am y peth. Yn digwydd bod, dwi'n yr un sefyllfa lle dwedodd cymydog wrtho fi bod ni yn gallu cael gysylltiad band eang cyflym ers cwpl o fisoedd. Rwan, mae hyn yn rhwystredig iawn i bobl sydd wedi aros yn hir, a mae o'n rhan, dwi'n meddwl, o'r diffyg cyfathrebu arffwysol sydd wedi bod rhwng Openreach a'r cyhoedd ynglyn â roll-out band eang Llydan. A wneith y Prif Weinidog roi ymrwymiad i bwyso eto ar Openreach i roi gwybod i bobl pan mae cysylltiad ar gael, achos mae disgwyl am y cysylltiad yn digon hir, pan ydych chi'n ffindio bod o wedi bod ar gael a chi'n ddim yn gwybod, mae'n hynod rwystredig.
Dyw e ddim wedi bod yn ddigonol, a mi oedd yna ymgyrch dros y 2 mlynedd lan i flwyddyn nesaf mwyn hybu defnydd o band eang cyflym iawn. Ond i yn ail ystyried am pa ffordd allan ni wella'r cyfathrebu mwyn sicrhau bod bobl sydd ar gwasanaeth yn gallu derbyn a gwybod bod yna. Achos wrth gwrs, mae'n un peth i sicrhau bod y strwythur yna, mae'n beth arall i sicrhau bod yn gwybod bod nhw'n gallu defnyddio fe. So mae hwnna'n rhywbeth sydd wedi cael ei ddweud wrthon ni hefyd, a ni moyn ail ystyried y ffordd ni'n cyfathrebu mwyn sicrhau bod nhw'n gwybod.
Russell George.
First Minister, can I say, I think the Superfast Cymru programme has been a public communications disaster. Certainly my constituents have been repeatedly promised fibre broadband, only to be told that an upgrade will be delayed on several occasions, and now that they find that they've been left in the lurch because Openreach has run out of time. In a letter to me on the 11th of January, the Leader of the House said, and I quote in a letter, "The provision of superfast broadband connection under the Superfast Cymru project was never promised to any area or community, only scheduled." Now, that to me is a complete cop-out. Households have been promised that repeatedly that they would receive an upgrade by the end of 2017. So can I ask, what is your message to these households? What lessons have you learned? And can you give any assurance that premises who were previously in scope will now be included in any successor scheme?
Well, first of all, we're in the hands of BT in terms of the physical works that are taken forward. What I can say is I do understand that there are people who now feel because the contract has come to an end, therefore nothing else will happen. Can I say to the member that we are considering what further steps we can now take, because I understand, I've heard stories around Wales that literally structure has been left half-finished as a result of the contract finishing. We're aware of that. It would seem a great shame if that were to happen. So I can say to him and his constituents that we are actively considering how best to ensure that more people are connected, and looking again at how we can help to connect many more communities and households beyond the end of the contract at the end of last year.
Lee Walters.
First Minister, because of Welsh Government investment, there's no doubt that thousands of households across the Llanelli constituency now have access to super fast broadband. But in the community of Binier, just outside Llanelli, they've been treated appallingly by BT Openreach. They were told they'd have access by the end of the year. They have appalling speeds. And just before Christmas, were told that because they've reached their target, they'd have to wait until any future successor scheme. This clearly isn't good enough. My colleague Neil Griffith held a meeting with residents and with BT on Saturday morning, and they were told they'd now have to cobble together a community bid. They are very frustrated by this. So can the Welsh Government make sure that, as it communicates the next phase, they make sure these left-behind groups are now reached and reached quickly?
Well, I can well imagine the concern, if not anger, that the people in Binier feel. I think from the member's tone, this was a part of the Superfast Company contract rather than a commercial contract, over which, of course, we have no control. But it is something that we'll continue to address with BT with a view to looking again at communities that were promised or appear to be promised to have services but have not had those services delivered, with a view to delivering those services in the future. So we are very much aware that there will be communities and premises around Wales who feel that they should have had access to superfast broadband, who have not yet received it, and we are now looking at ways to try to ensure that they do receive it in the future.
Cwestiwn 5, Bethan Jenkins.
Ond ac y Prif Weinidog a Llanelli sut y gall Llywodraeth Cymru wella sicrwydd ariannol ar gyfer pobl yng Nghymru?
Mae'n cynllun cyflenwi ar gyfer cynhwysiant ariannol am Llanelli yn gwaith gyda sefydliadau partner. Hyn yn gwella mynediad at gredyd fforddiadwy, gwasanaethau a gwybodaeth ariannol ac yn gwella galluedd ariannol yng Nghymru.
Diolch. Mae marchnad mwy eang ar gyfer undebau credyd mewn gwledydd datblygiedig eraill. Dyn ni'n edrych ar Iwerddon, 77% y flwyddyn diwetha, 50% yn yr Unol Daleithiau. Ac mae ffigurau Cymru o ran aelodaeth undebau credyd, 69,000 o aelodau yma, a wedyn 561,000 yng Ngogledd Iwerddon yn ddwy hun. Tybed a fedre Llywodraeth Cymru gwneud mwy i hylwyso datblygiad undebau credyd yng Nghymru o feddwl bod banciau mawr yn tynnu eu hun allan o gymunedau lleol, oes modd creu rhwydwaith cenedlaethol o undebau credyd llwyddiannus a fydd yn gallu cymryd lle y ffaith bod y banciau yn tynnu nôl oddi wrth ein cymunedau mwyn sicrhau bod y gwasanaethau yno hyd iddyn nhw.
Fi'n cyn dweud yn fawr iawn gyda beth sy'r aelod i ddweud, a gai dal i taimged iddi hi am y gwaith mae hi wedi wneud mwyn sicrhau bobl yn cael y hebsysion nhw. Ddim wrth gwrs mewn sefyllfa lle maen nhw'n goffod benthyg arian wrth bobl sy'n mynd i chargio lot fawr o arian nhw i benthyg yr arian hynny. Mae yna mwy o potensial, fi'n credu, ynglyn â'n undebau credyd. Mae'n wir i weid yn yr Iwerddon, bod nhw wedi bod yn yr Iwerddon llawer yn hirach na yng Nghymru hefyd, bod undebau credyd yn gallu benthyg arian mawr i gymharu â undebau credyd Cymru. Mae'n bod yn cael mor geisiau, enghraifft, gyda undebau credyd yn yr Iwerddon. Ynglyn â rhwydwaith o undebau credyd, mae hwnna'n rhywbeth fi'n credu sydd werth ystyried, a na fi'n sicrhau bod y gweinidog yn cyfathrebu gyda hi mwyn sicrhau ym mha ffordd allan ni gryfhau presenoldeb undebau credyd yng nghymunedau Cymru, wrth gofio'r ffaith bod banciau yn gadael sio gymaint o gymunedau mwyn rhoi cyfle i bobl i reoli i bywydau ariannol mewn ffordd sydd yn dda i nhw.
Mark Isherwood.
Although children who gain experience of budgeting, spending and saving from an early age are more likely to be able to manage their finances as they take on financial responsibilities as they grow older, research from the Money Advice Service on the financial capability of children, young people and parents in Wales, launched during last November's Financial Capability Week, found that many young people about to turn 18 in Wales are ill-prepared for dealing with adult financial responsibilities, that just 35% of children between 7 and 17 had learned about money management in school, and only 7% had talked to their teachers about money. Will you therefore encourage your government to revisit the recommendations of the 2010 Communities and Culture Committee report of financial inclusion and the impact of financial education, which make clear recommendations in these areas? And can you also confirm what role, if any, the Welsh Government will be taking in UK Government proposals for a breathing space scheme to provide individuals in debt with up to 6 weeks free from interest charges and enforcement, to give them time to seek financial advice, hopefully, and I declare an interest from independent third sector bodies such as those two of my daughters work for, providing this impartial advice to people.
Firstly, I agree entirely with him about the need for young people to be financially educated. I think part of the problem is that money, despite what happened in 2008, still appears to be freely available in a way that it wasn't when I was younger, when loans were not as freely available as they are now. In the days when my first car loan carried an interest rate of 29%. I remember that very vividly and painfully. For many people, they find it very difficult to manage. They've not been shown how to manage. Sometimes people learn through their families. Sometimes people don't have that ability to learn and don't have an example that they can follow. It is part, I understand, of the curriculum, of the new curriculum, so that it will be there to enable young people to be able to manage help them to manage their finances in the future, because the point is well made. How do you, as a youngster, cope with all the quite often money is being thrown at you, or debts thrown at you for many, many people, without any kind of help available to you? That point is well made, and it's included in the curriculum. In terms of the issue of breathing space, I know this is something that has been raised. It is something that we need to consider as to how if we look to take it forward, how we take it forward, whether it's on a Wales basis or working with other countries in the UK. But to my mind, anything that enables people to have a respite from debt, and particularly continuing debt that people often find on their shoulders, must be a welcome thing.
Cwestiwn 6. O na, mae'n ddrwg gen i. Rhiannon Pasmo.
First Minister, following the Tory UK Government's hollow budget at the end of last year, the Welsh Government's budget will be once again lower in real terms in 2019-20 than it was in 2010-11. The Welsh Labour Government has repeatedly asserted that for the Welsh economy to grow, which will consequently improve the financial security for the Welsh people, it is critically important that the UK Government commit to important infrastructure projects in Wales. First Minister, what representations and actions have the Welsh Government made to ensure projects like the Swansea Bay Tidal Lagoon, electrification of the London-Paddington to Swansea railway line, and the much-needed further investment in our railway infrastructure become a reality?
Well, we've made representations very strongly. We get 1.5% of railway infrastructure investment. 1.5%. We have more than, on a balance share, it would be over 6%, but that's not what we get. And still, the UK Government refused to devolve railway infrastructure plus a balance share of that spending to us. We still have no decision on the Tidal Lagoon. We made the point last week. We have put our cards on the table as a Welsh Government. We have said that we are prepared to make a financial contribution, take a stake in the lagoon. We make no apologies for that. Silence as far as the UK Government is concerned. Silence from the Conservative benches. Silence from the Conservative benches. This is a major project. This is a major project that needs a decision. 12 months have gone by since the review that was put in place to assess whether this project should go ahead. It has said the project should go ahead. Still, we have no response at all. It is... I'm being told by Daniel, my attitude doesn't help as if I was a schoolboy. I'm the First Minister of Wales. I've got every opportunity and right to represent the people of Wales with regard to the UK Government. The UK Government isn't actually making progress. And I'm sorry, we have had 12 months of reasonableness and nothing has been delivered. It is about time that we saw the commitment from the UK Government that the Welsh Government has made, and a commitment that is made to creating up to 1,000 jobs in Wales and a sustainable green energy sector. We stand ready to work with the UK Government, but we need the UK Government and the Welsh Conservative Party to be vocal in support of the lagoon.
Nawr cwestiwn 6, Lian Wood.
Will the First Minister make a statement on the use of public space protection orders in Wales?
Well, public spaces protection orders are a matter for local authorities.
Labour-controlled Newport Council are seeking to amend their public space protection order to include a blanket no-begging restriction as part of a crackdown on aggressive or intimidating begging. It's the view of homelessness charity Woolwich that aggressive begging is already prohibited under the existing PSPO, and that shifting begging off the streets will only make it harder to provide support for those people who need help with homelessness services. Although the hands of the Welsh Government are tied in terms of preventing local authorities from imposing these restrictions, can you please give us your view on such blanket bans on begging? And can you issue guidance to local authorities urging them to seek a much more compassionate response?
One of the things I noticed in the late 80s when I first went to London was that there were people begging on the streets, numbers of them. And I remember thinking, oh, I wouldn't like to see this in Wales. But it happened in the 90s, and it's still there now, as we know. At the end of the Second World War, begging largely disappeared from the streets of the UK. It re-emerged under a Tory government in the 80s and 90s. From my perspective, I think there are two issues here. First of all, there is no doubt that many people find aggressive begging intimidating. But the answer is not simply to say, well, just get rid of them, that's the end of it. Because there has to be a twin-track approach. Yes, people don't want to, many people do feel that they don't want to see people begging on the street, but there has to be an alternative where people can go, where people don't feel that they have to beg, where people get the support that they need, where they're given a roof over their heads and get that support. We're not in the days of the Vagrants Act, where people were effectively criminalised because they were homeless. It does need a compassionate approach. She is right, and that means ensuring that where there are plans to deal with the issue of begging on the streets, that there are places people can go in order that they feel they don't have to do that in the first place.
John Griffiths.
Mr Minister, for the reasons that you've mentioned and others, we do have a worrying level of rough sleeping and begging on our streets, and I think that's been very visible and noticeable to all of us and the public in general. We do need constructive responses. So I wonder if you would agree with me that Newport Bid, representing city centre traders and businesses in Newport, together with partners such as Newport City Council, are providing that sort of thinking in looking at a diverted giving scheme, which is proposed at the moment, which would involve people donating to participating shops rather than giving to those begging on the streets, with that money then going to provide additional services and support. I wonder if you would join me in welcoming that proposed initiative in Newport as a way of dealing with the very practical issues and making sure that vulnerable people are better supported.
Well, it's an example of what I was saying. I thank my friend for the question. It's an example of what I was saying earlier on. This is not a question of Newport saying, we're going to get rid of beggars. It's a question of saying, look, is there a better way, a more humane way of helping people? And that's exactly what you said. People donating money to organisations, I think, such as the Woolwich as well, to help people who are homeless, to create a fund of money for organisations that can help individuals. And that, to me, represents a very effective way of dealing with what can be public concerns, expressed to me, but also dealing with individuals who are at risk in a humane way.
Question 7, Mohammed Ashkar.
Presiding Officer, how does the Welsh Government ensure that the local authorities in Wales have sufficient land available to meet the demand for new housing developments, please?
Well, the planning system plays a vital role in the delivery of new homes by identifying the land necessary to meet the housing requirements of communities, which are determined by local planning authorities in their local development plans.
Thank you for the answer. First Minister, the Welsh Government requires local planning authorities to maintain a 5-year housing land supply to meet local demand for housing and to monitor this on an annual basis. However, Caerphilly Council's local department plan has failed to ensure sufficient deliverable land has been made available to meet the needs they have identified for their local communities. Caerphilly housing land supply position is being hampered by their failure to make progress in replacing their LDP following a review which began in 2013. What action will the First Minister take to ensure that Caerphilly Council meet the requirements regarding housing land supply set by his own government?
Well, first of all, it's important that local authorities do have a 5-year supply of land. Secondly, it's important to have an up-to-date LDP because the alternative is a free-for-all, and that's something that all local authorities will want to avoid. That said, I have to say it is hugely important that Caerphilly and other authorities are able to work together to bring forward strategic development plans. Because it is an artificial divide to say, well, you know, anybody who wants to live in Caerphilly has to work in Caerphilly, or that somehow people don't work in Cardiff from RCT or vice versa. The reality is that housing demand is not determined by local authority boundaries. And so I do want to see, and I know it's something that is felt strongly by members who represent constituencies where there's pressure on housing, to see local authorities working together and saying, look, the reality is, you know, Cardiff, Caerphilly, Newport, RCT, just to give some examples, they're part of a similar urban area. Housing demand will be the same in all local authorities. So it does make sense then to work together to deliver a strategic solution to housing demand, rather than, as has historically been the case, simply looking at demand in one local authority area. That doesn't represent economic reality, and it's hugely important that the local authorities, as they have been given in the Planning Act, are given the flexibility to work together to deliver housing solutions outside of their own boundaries.
Cwestiwn 8, Dawn Bowden.
Will the First Minister make a statement on the 21st Century Schools Investments Programme in Merthyr Tydfil and Rumney?
Well, Merthyr Tydfil Local Authority has £19 million earmarked for Band A of the 21st Century Schools and Education Programme in the 5 years to 2019. The Caerphilly Authority, which of course she represents part of, has £56.5 million, of which over £8 million is earmarked for Rumney. And further investment is planned from 2019 when Band B begins.
Thank you for that answer, First Minister. And I recently had the great pleasure of officially opening the new build and refurbished buildings at Ysgol Afon Taf in my constituency, and I saw at first hand the benefits of the investments by the Welsh Government in the future of young learners there, and I'm sure you would agree that such a development shows the clear benefits of our capital investment in education. Would you therefore agree with me that the new administration in Merthyr Tydfil Council needs to build on this record of success, and that a decisive and objective decision now needs to be made about the new school investment proposed for Ysgol y Graig in Cefn Coed, so that future funding of this project is not put at risk?
Well, very good work has been done in Merthyr in terms of, I mean, she mentions, of course, Ysgol Afon Taf. I was there, of course, to open the new college in Merthyr as well, a substantial improvement on the old building. And it is hugely important that local authorities continue the momentum that has been established in order to see schools replaced and refurbished across Wales. And again, hugely important that decisions are taken in good time so as not to jeopardise funding. That's in nobody's interest for that to happen.
Diolch i'r Prif Weinidog. Yr eitem nesaf felly yw'r datganiad a chyhoeddiad busnes, a dwi'n galw ar arweinydd y T, Julie James, i wneud y datganiad. Julie James.
Diolch, Llywedd. There are no changes to this week's business. Business for the next 3 weeks is shown on the business statement and announcement found amongst the meeting papers which are available to members electronically.
Andrew Arty Davis.
Thank you, Leader of the House. Could I ask for two things today, please? Last week I raised with you the issue around residents that were facing traffic blight in their area around the Northern Access Road in St Athan, and you kindly indicated that the Cabinet Secretary would be in touch with my office and also engage with residents locally. I'd be grateful if you could get me a timeline for when that engagement might start, because this is a pressing issue for the residents in particular who have grave concerns about the access to this site, and regrettably, following on from business statement last week, I haven't had any communication yet from the Cabinet Secretary. I appreciate there is the goodwill there to do that. I make that as an observation, and it would be beneficial if I could have some idea of the timeline. And secondly, I received a written answer back from Rebecca Evans, the Minister, in relation to the RIFU and the ongoing investigations around the RIFU sale. And she indicates that she will be making a statement shortly on the progress around the legal action that the Welsh Government has taken. I'd be grateful as Leader of the House, are you aware when that statement might be coming forward, as there is considerable public interest around this particular issue. It has been some considerable time now since various committees of this Assembly looked into this particular matter, and certainly an update position, as the Minister has indicated she's prepared to give, would be most welcome, but a timeline as to when that might come forward would better inform our ability to scrutinise progress on retrieving money to the Welsh taxpayer from this sale, if that money can be retrieved, and also the legal actions that the Welsh Government is undertaking in this particular case.
Well, thank you for both of those. On the first one, absolutely, I will speak with the Cabinet Secretary and make sure that he contacts you and gives you a timeline for that. And the Minister is here to hear your remarks, and I'm sure she'll be able to let you know as soon as possible when she is going to bring that statement forward. It's not in the business timetable for the next 3 weeks.
Bethan Jenkins.
Hi. I wondered whether we could have a statement with regards to the childcare offer. I've had communication from not constituents in my capacity as portfolio holder that the Welsh Government funding guidelines related to the childcare offer has now changed to mirror those in England, meaning that registered childminders will no longer be able to offer funded childcare places to a relative. Previous regulations stated that as long as care for those under 12 was carried out mainly or wholly outside the home, that a relative as a childminder could provide that childcare. It's meant families with long-term private childcare arrangements with childcares are having to make different arrangements, potentially at a significant cost and disruption to continuity of care. The ban on related children in Wales is unique to childminders. Individuals working in or owning a nursery are still allowed to claim the entitlement for related children, as are those in receipt of child benefits. So if I could have a statement from the Minister on that, that would be great. And the second request that I have is in relation to a response that the First Minister gave to David Rees with regards to the letter from the MOJ in relation to Baglan Prison. The First Minister said he'd written to the MOJ and that because of not having a satisfactory response, the Welsh Government was not currently minded to sell that land at this time. I was wondering whether the Welsh Government could release that letter to all AMs so that we could all see it and understand the rationale for the First Minister saying that.
Well, thank you for both of those important points. On the first one, the Minister was here listening to your remarks. I think if you wrote to the Minister and asked him those specific points, I'm sure he'd be able to answer those queries. And perhaps you could indicate in that letter whether there's a wider interest across, other than in the instances you're speaking about. In terms of the FMQ response, again, I'd be asking you to write to the First Minister, asking him to release that letter. I don't think that's a matter for a statement, but I'm sure if he's minded to do so, he'd let you know.
Julie Morgan.
Two statements. Firstly, would it be possible to have a statement from the relevant Cabinet Secretary about how the Hunting Act is being enforced in Wales? I think it's almost 13 years since this Act came into force, and I'm really glad that the Prime Minister has now finally dropped plans to repeal it. However, foxes do continue to be killed on a regular basis on so-called trail hunts, and hunt hounds are often out of control in public, sometimes on major roads and railways. And does the Cabinet Secretary support calls from the League Against Cruel Sports and others for a more rigorous enforcement of the ban? That was the first statement. And the second statement, I refer back again to the victims of the contaminated blood scandal. Would it be possible to ask the Health Minister to make a statement whether he has had any more information at all from the Department of Health in Westminster? Because victims of the scandal were promised an inquiry in July by Theresa May and were promised that a chair would be appointed by Christmas. And we still haven't heard about who this chair will be, and in the meantime those affected continue to wait, and of course some of them are dying.
Well, thank you very much for raising both of those very important points. The member will be very aware that the Hunting Act is not a devolved matter, and the enforcement for it is a matter for the police. However, I completely concur with her that the vast majority of people find fox hunting both abhorrent and extremely cruel. We do hope the UK Government will take account of that and its enforcement, but I think the correct course of action is to ensure that the local police commissioner makes sure that it's a top priority for the police force in enforcing the current Act. And I'd be more than happy to facilitate the member speaking to the Cabinet Secretary about engagement with the police commissioners on that important point. In terms of the contaminated blood matter, my understanding is that the Chair is not yet appointed. The Cabinet Secretary will reaffirm his expectations for the inquiry to the Chair as soon as that Chair is appointed. I'm sure that the Cabinet Secretary, if the Chair isn't appointed in the very near future, will be making his displeasure about the tardiness of that appointment very plain indeed.
Mark Isherwood.
I call for two statements. The first, an update on Welsh Government proposals for gypsy travellers in the light of two outstanding consultations. First being the consultation on the draft circular for the planning of gypsy traveller and show people sites, which closed, I believe, on the 23rd of May, almost 8 months ago. And secondly, the draft circular on enabling gypsies, Roma and travellers, which closed on the 22nd of December, just before Christmas. The gypsies and their supporters and friends I met in Conwy last Friday had been told by Welsh Government that the first of those consultations would see the final report being published before Christmas 2017. And they told me that unless a local authority has planning approval for a specific site, it can't apply for grant funding, but that no North Wales local authority is presently in a place of preparedness and planning approval to submit grant funding applications. And they further told me that when they met Welsh Government representatives in Llandudno Junction, they were grappling about what action the Cabinet Secretary could take against a local authority that failed to submit planning approvals and grant applications for sites, and that they judged currently that the purchase on local authorities for Welsh Government was fairly modest. Therefore, I'd be grateful if you could, or Welsh Government could make a statement reflecting those two consultations and the concerns being expressed, certainly to me last Friday, by members of the community in North Wales. Secondly and finally, could I call for a statement on local bus services? This follows the announcement on the 16th of December, Saturday, that Acrovia-based bus company D. Jones & Sons was ceasing trading 2 months after being the subject of scrutiny by the Traffic Commissioner for Wales public inquiry. No doubt, like others, I received concerns from affected residents who had lost local bus services, asking for help in replacement of bus links. I submitted a written question to the Cabinet Secretary 2 days later, on the following Monday, still waiting for reply to that, and also contacted Wrexham Council's lead member for Environment and Transport, who told me that officers were continuing to look at options, but this is difficult as a number of operators have ceased across the region, that despite the Cabinet Secretary's bus summit, they'd seen no tangible actions coming forward, and having attended 2 to 3 bus workshops, this was most certainly a wider issue across Wales. And the Cabinet Secretary held his bus summit a year ago in January 2017, stating this was to deal with the halt the demise of the industry following the collapse of Waban-based GHA coaches the previous summer. So given the concerns being raised not only by affected residents, who often are on commercial rather than non-commissioned routes, and given the concern being expressed that still no tangible actions are coming forward from the bus summit and subsequent workshops, I would welcome a statement to reflect their concerns and hopefully give them some assurance that they're being listened to.
Well, thank you for both of those. On the first one, I'm the Cabinet Secretary responsible for the Gypsy Traveller sites, and I am planning to bring a statement before the Easter recess to the Senedd in order to update people on where I am since I took over the portfolio on a number of issues. However, the member did mention some very specific issues around particular sites that he has an interest in, and I'd be more than happy to meet with the member to go through some of those very specific issues. I have made arrangements to visit some of the sites in question as well, so it would be good if the member made an arrangement to speak to me about the very specific issues, but on the more general points I will be bringing forward a statement in the near future. In terms of the local bus services point, he raised a very important point. He did say he was awaiting a written answer to his written questions, and I would suggest that the member waits to see what the answer to the written question is, and if there is a more general point that he then wishes to raise with the Cabinet Secretary, that would be of interest to the entire Senate. I'm sure that the Cabinet Secretary will be prepared to look at that, since it is a year since the bus summit took place.
Adam Price.
Have a debate in government time on government policy on opposition motion debates. I probably needn't remind the Leader of the House that last week the government lost a vote for the first time in this Assembly. Now, in response to that, the Welsh Government spokesperson said, and I quote, opposition day votes are meaningless, they aren't binding, and don't have any bearing on government policy or delivery. Now, when the Westminster government made similarly arrogant remarks recently, the shadow Labour leader of the House at Westminster said that those comments made a mockery of Parliament. Now, doesn't she agree that the comments made by the Welsh Government last week make a mockery of this Parliament? They're demeaning to this institution. They're disrespectful to all those who fought so hard to create a Welsh democracy where, you know, contrast to the days of the Welsh Office, the government has to submit itself to the accountability of an elected Parliament, no matter how undoubtedly inconvenient that sometimes may feel.
Well, thank you for raising that very important point. I don't think it's a suitable thing to bring forward a government debate in government time on at all. I do think that it's a real shame that the consensual way in which this place has always operated, including allowing government pairing, for example, to have important government business conducted, has broken down. And I do think that there are obvious consequences for the way that we conduct the government as a result. It's an important matter that needs careful consideration, and the government is currently giving it careful consideration.
Mick Antonov.
Ask for statements on the impact of Tory police cuts on crime in our... the whole House. Could I ask for a statement on the impact of Tory police cuts on crime in our communities? Since last year, we've seen an 18% increase in violent crime, a 14% increase in knife crime in South Wales, but a 25% increase in knife crime across the whole of Wales. An increase of 80 to 84,000 crimes unsolved, which is an increase on the previous 2 years. And since 2010, Wales has lost 682 police officers. Now, policing may not be devolved yet, but certainly the consequence of those police cuts on our communities is significant. And it seems to me that it would be appropriate for government in its own time to have a debate on the impact of these Tory police cuts.
Well, thank you for raising that very important point. The community safety is, of course, a top priority for the government. The members are obviously aware that policing itself isn't devolved, despite the various representations that have been made to Westminster on that point. The Cabinet Secretary for Local Government and Public Services announced a provisional police statement on the 19th of December 2017. And as in recent years, the Home Office has again decided to overlay its needs-based formula with a floor mechanism. This ensures that all police forces in England and Wales can expect to receive a cash flat settlement for 2018-19 when compared on a like-for-like basis with 2017-18. The total support for police forces in Wales will be £349.9 million. Within this, the Welsh Government's contribution to police funding for 2018-19 is £140.9 million. We've also agreed to protect the budget for the 500 additional community support officers for 2018-19. That's £16.8 million earmarked in the budget for next year for the continued delivery of that important commitment. The Cabinet Secretary for Local Government and Public Services is very committed to working with the PCCs and the Chief Constables to ensure the reductions are managed in ways which minimise the impact on community safety in Wales. He, along with his officials, would be very happy to meet with all the policing bodies to discuss finance and other matters to ensure that the important issues around community safety are properly covered off. It's been very difficult to have some of these decisions with pressures on budgets. I've seen some really good things in my brief time in this portfolio around some of the multi-agency work that the police has done in order to maximise the resource they have on the ground. But the member is right, it is a most important matter, and I'm sure we can have a debate in the very near future about the importance of that matter to Wales.
Mohammed Ashgar.
Leader of the House, may I ask for a statement from the Cabinet Secretary for Health on payments by Welsh NHS trusts in damages and legal fees for medical negligence. According to research, in the last 5 years, 4 of the 7 local health boards paid out over £200 million. It's a staggering figure, Minister, and basically this can be used to eradicate child poverty, homelessness and food bank in Wales. So Nairn Hospital or Nairn University Health Board paid out highest amount of £67 million over the period, although £2 million were for the historical mistakes relating to incident before 1997. Can I ask for a statement from the Cabinet Secretary on what action he intends to take to address these huge sums for medical negligence in Wales, please?
Well, that's a very important issue indeed, and because it's so important, the Cabinet Secretary does report annually on those figures, and I'm sure he's heard your remarks today, and we'll take those into account in his next report on the subject.
Simon Thomas.
Roedd arweinydd y tŷ yn hael iawn wythnos diwethaf ateb I ceisiadau gen I, gobeithio bydd I mor hael y wythnos yma. Gai ddechrau gan croesawu'r ffaith bod datganiad ysgrifenedig gan y Prif Weinidog y bof yma ynglyn â bil gadael yr Undeb Ewropeaidd gan ddweud ond I bai bod rhywbeth yn digwydd erbyn diwedd y mis bod ei fwriad gan y Llywodraeth I gyflwyno I bil parhad I hunan. Dwi'n croesawu hynny, ond dwi'n gofyn i'r arweinydd y tŷ jyst fynd 2 gam ymhellach heddiw os modd. Fe fydd yng nghydweithiwr Steffan Lewis yma fory I gynnig I bil parhad I hunan yn y slot mae fe wedi cael fel aelod maint cefn, a wnaeth ysgrifennydd y tŷ fel prif-whip, ddatgan y bydd y Llywodraeth yn cefnogi mewn egwyddor cais Steffan Lewis y fory. Mae'n siŵr bydd e'n licio clywed hynny heddi os gaiff ac yn ail, a fydd e'n nawr felly, yn gam bositif I gyhoeddi'r bil a'r ffurf drafft. Fel bod modd I ni gyd weld beth sydd gan y Llywodraeth mewn golwg, dim i'w cyflwyno, dim i'w cyflwyno'n ffurfiol, ond ar y ffurf drafft, ni gweld hynny a defnyddio hwnna wrth gwrs fel ffordd o crisialu ar angen I cael y gwelliannau mae'r Llywodraeth yn dymuno I weld yn tir, erbyn hyn yn tir y glwyddi. Yr ail peth fyddwn ni hoffi, yn benodol fyddwn ni hoffi clywed yw, oes modd cael datganiad yn egluro gan gweinidog dros yr ymgyrchfyd, yn egluro'r sefyllfa yn Caerdydd ac yn ywedig yn Nant Llaici a Parc y Fath. Dwi ddim yn fy fanbath I, ond mae sawl un wedi cysylltu fi dros y wythnosau diwethaf gan poeni a'n arw ynglyn â ffordd mae'r ymgynghofiad wedi digwydd yn ardal Parc yr Fath, a'r gwaith sydd nawr yn bwfo ymlaen yn fyna. Dwi'n poeni bod rai o'n ffigurau defnyddwyd yn ymgynghofiad yn ddiffygiol, ac dwi hefyd eisiau gofyn a oes na rhywbeth I ddysgu fan hyn a lefel genedlaethol. Ac dwi'n meddwl byddai'n braf iawn I cael datganiad yn egluro beth sydd wedi digwydd, beth yw gwaith Cyfoeth Naturiol Cymru a cyngor a ddibyniodd y Llywodraeth a pam bod y gwaith wedi gorfod bwyd ymlaen yn y ffordd yma. Mae'n sicr wedi bod yn loes calon I nifer y bobl yn yr ardal hynny. And the final thing, if I may, and I don't even know if this is really for the business manager, possibly for the presiding officer, possibly for us all as an assembly, but I think it's important to raise it. As chair of the Finance Committee, I have, for the second year in a row, tried to get the Secretary of State for Wales to come to the Finance Committee to give in open public session his account of how the devolution of tax powers is happening in Wales. The Cabinet Secretary for Finance was there last week. We've had the Welsh Treasury there. We'll have the Revenue Authority there this week. And I think as the joint holders of devolution of tax devolution set out in the Wales Act, it's clearly defined that it's for the Wales Office and the Welsh Government to produce annual reports on how tax devolution is undertaken, and therefore they are joint stakeholders and holders of this devolution process. I would like to see the Secretary of State give his time to a committee of this Assembly to explain how this is happening. Now, he has pleaded on 2 occasions now diary commitments. Last week, because social media is a wonderful thing, last week, as we were meeting, I saw that the Secretary of State had to pass us in order to go to Swansea to do his engagements. We would have made every arrangement, as I'm sure you were aware, business manager, to accommodate him on his way to Swansea. So I think there is a message here that we would like to see, when appropriate and when constitutionally responsible for these actions, for the Secretary of State to make himself available to a committee of this Assembly.
Well, thank you for those three very important points. On the continuity bill, we're very much looking forward to Stephen Lewis's debate tomorrow. The government is supporting it, and there's a free vote for the backbenchers. We are very much of the view that it would be better if the UK government put the right position in its own bill and made the right amendments and carried out the right set of actions. But in the absence of that, we are making it very plain, and I'm sure this will come out in the debate tomorrow, that we are prepared to do it in their stead and to coordinate with other devolved administrations in so doing. So I'm very happy to say that we are exactly in the same space, and we're very much looking forward to that debate tomorrow. On the Roath Park matter, this is a matter that's been raised with a large number of people over the course of the flood prevention scheme. The Minister will be asking questions as part of the Cabinet Secretary's question time tomorrow, and I'm sure the member will take every advantage of that. And if he has very specific, detailed things he'd like to put to her, perhaps he'd be so good as to write with some of those very specific things. She's here listening to some of his concerns at the moment. In terms of the Secretary of State, I completely concur with the member's analysis of it. I don't think it is a matter for me, actually, but it's clearly the case that the Finance Committee needs to get the very best possible evidence and completely understand both sides of the devolution settlement. So for what it's worth, I agree that it would be very good indeed if the Secretary of State would be kind enough to give us the benefit of his presence here, and I can't resist, I'm sure, Llywelyn, you'll forgive me for doing this, that next time he's in Swansea, perhaps he'd be so good as to announce their underpinning of the tidal lagoon at the same time.
Darren Miller.
Can I call for two statements from the Cabinet Secretary for Education, please? It was reported widely in the media yesterday that last year teachers from 16 of the 22 local authorities in Wales had reported incidents of racism. I'm sure you would be very concerned about that, Leader of the House. And also there's been quite a spike, of course, in religious hate crime, which has been recorded in Wales. I think lots of schools are trying to do a good job in educating young people about different ethnic groups and religions. But, of course, clearly, we're not tackling the problem as effectively as we could be. I know that there's some trial lessons which are being conducted in Cardiff, Swansea and Neath Port Talbot schools, which I think are a very positive thing. And I just wonder what assessment the Cabinet Secretary for Education has made of the shape of the new curriculum to come, and whether that is being properly informed about these latest trends so that we can make the changes that might be necessary to that. So I would appreciate a statement from the Cabinet Secretary on that particular issue. Can I also request a statement from the Cabinet Secretary for Education on online resilience and support that's being given to young people in schools? There was quite an alarming report from the Children's Commissioner in England, which was published in the new year, which showed that young children are using social media, really, which is designed for older children and adults. And that as a result of that, many, particularly when they get to high school, are jumping from a transition where they're primarily playing games on their devices to suddenly being immersed in quite an intense social atmosphere on social media, where they're looking for social validation through likes and responses to some of their posts in an unhealthy way, and that they can often have an unhealthy image of the world, particularly if they're following lots of celebrities trying to keep up appearances. It's quite clear to me that this trend is growing. It's becoming an ever-increasing problem in our schools, and we heard in the Children, Young People and Education Committee that self-harm, anxiety, mental health problems, lots of them have their roots in some of the social media that young people are engaging with. So I think it would be helpful to have an update on some of the work that the Cabinet Secretary for Education has been doing across Wales in encouraging schools to get this online resilience situation sorted so that our children and young people can be protected from these potential harms.
The member raises two extremely important points, both of which, as it happens, overlap with my own portfolio and on which I'm working very closely with the Cabinet Secretary for Education. So on the first one, in terms of reporting racist hate crimes, faith hate crimes and so on, I think it actually is me who will be bringing forward a statement in due course on that. I don't have a timetable for that at the moment, but we are in the process of talking, the Cabinet Secretary and I, about some of the major issues around that. And when we've got something to report back on that very important topic, I think it will be me. I'm not absolutely certain, but one of us will be bringing forward a statement to say where we've got with that. And that will include a number of things, not just the curriculum and teachers' issues, but the wider issue in Wales, which is very important. And of course, the educational sector sits within that wider sector and is very influential in it. So we'll be looking at both of those. And in terms of online resilience, the member also raises a very important point there. The Welsh Government has done an enormous amount of work in primary schools, actually, with the internet rangers, I think they're called in some schools, or internet guardians. There was one primary school I visited where they were called the Internet Guardians, where basically their primary school age children are supporting each other to understand what the effect will be, particularly in year 6 and in the transition into secondary school, because member's absolutely right, he identifies the change in tone and so on there. And I know that that's very much a part of the new curriculum rollout and very much part of the hub resources that we've put in place as well. And again, the Cabinet Secretary and I are working very closely together in terms of how we do that as we go forward into a digital age as part of my portfolio, how we make sure that actually, not only school children, it's very important for school children, but actually things like small SMEs and entrepreneurs, people who are running small rural businesses and so on, absolutely themselves stay online, make the best of the internet opportunities, but actually do things like protect their intellectual property properly, have the right resilience, cyber security resilience and so on. It's all part of the same picture as we move forward. So, member, I hope will be reassured that we are in discussion about that. And again, in due course, when we've got something to report back about where we are, we will be doing so. Thanks.
Ddatganiad gan yr Ysgrifennydd Iechyd ynglyn â'r effaith fydd torri'r gyllideb yr rhaglen graidd cyswllt ysgolion Cymru gyfan neu School Beat yn ei gael ar y gwaith pwysig yma raglen honno yn ei ddilifro. Dwi'n gwybod yng Ngogledd Cymru mae'n cyflogi 16 o swyddogion sydd yn ymweld â phob ysgol, sydd yn cyfleu negeseuon pwysig i'r plant o'r ieuangam 4 oed lan 1 ar 15 oed ar faterion megis, dysgu am beryglon cyffuriau, cam ddefnydd sylweddau diogelwch ar y we. Ni newydd gyfeirio at hynny wrth gwrs sextio trais yn y cartre ac yn y blaen. Ac mi byddai torri'r gyllideb honno, wrth gwrs, o be dwi'n ddeall, yn golygu y gallu'r gwasanaeth fod yn cael ei gadael a dim ond 8 o swyddogion yn y gogledd, yn golygu byddai dim ond yn ymweld ag ysgolion uwchradd. Nawr, o gofio pwyslais y Llywodraeth a nifer ohono ni, wrth gwrs, ar yr angen i daclo profiadau plentyndod niweidiol, Adverse Childhood Experiences, ond ni fydde hyn a torri'r gwasanaeth yma yn gam yn ôl o safbwynt mynd i rafel ar rhai o'r problemau yna, ac wrth gwrs y bydde fe'n tanseilio cyfrwng pwysig i gyfleu negeseuon pwysig iawn yn uniongyrchol i'r bobl ifanc all gael ei effeithio ganddyn nhw. Felly fydden ni'n gwerthfawrogi datganiad ar hynny. Dwi hefyd am ofyn am datganiad arall. Gai fod felly un o'r cyntaf i groesawu datganiad ysgrifenedig sydd wedi ryddhau o fewn yr awr ag ychydig diwetha ynglyn â arian cyfalaf ychwanegol gan y Llywodraeth, yn arbennig wrth gwrs yr elfen ychwanegol o safbwynt ysgolion yr 11 ganrif ar 20. I ni fel plaid wedi bod yn awyddus i weld elfen benodol ar gyfer annog addysg Gymraeg, ac dwi'n cydnabod y ffaith bod y Llywodraeth wedi clusnodi 30 miliwn eleni ac yn wir 30 miliwn bob blwyddyn am y blynyddoedd nesaf, ac yn datgan yn y datganiad hefyd bod hynny nawr yn flaenoriaeth i chi'n rhannu gyda ni ym Mhlaid Cymru. Gewn ni felly yn sgil hynny ddatganiad buan gan Gweinidog y Gymraeg, mwyn amlinellu'r criteria bydd hi'n awyddus i'w ddefnyddio ar gyfer dosbarthu a dosrannu yr arian ychwanegol yna. Ac hefyd i ategu y ffaith, wrth gwrs, na ddylen ni weld y 30 miliwn ychwanegol yma fel y ddarpariaeth ar gyfer addysg Gymraeg, ond bod yna bwyslais clir ynglyn â ysgolion yr 11 ganrif ar 20 yn ei chyfanrwydd yn dal i orfod bod yn gweithredu yn gwbl ragweithiol i hyrwyddo addysg Gymraeg, ond bod y 30 miliwn yma yn ychwanegol ac yn cynnig ychwanegolrwydd, additionality, i hynny hefyd. Dwi'n meddwl bod hi'n bwysig bod y neges yna ddim yn cael ei golli.
Well, thank you very much for that. That's very important. In terms of the first one, we have a large number of very difficult decisions to make in terms of resourcing and so on, but one of the things that's really good about where we are in schools resilience is the fact that we've now got hub out to every single school and pupil access in Wales. And although it's not quite the same as hearing somebody in person, we can now get a lot of those resources onto hub and make sure that actually all schools have access to some of that material. I'm sure the Cabinet Secretary is looking very carefully at that. And if Claire would like to write to the Cabinet Secretary and outline some of the very specific concerns, I'm sure she can address that in the light of some of the developments that we've had. And I've been having some discussions with her where it overlaps my own portfolio about how we can use those resources in just that way to make sure that all schools benefit from some of the things where it's not possible to get individually around all of them. In terms of the Welsh language additional funding, I'm told that it frees up the additional 13 million for future years, so the member should be reassured about that. And again, in terms of the very specific issues, I think the Minister is taking those into account and actually is due to come forward with a statement. I'm not quite sure what the timescale for that is, but I know she is due to come forward with a statement on where she is with some of the revisions of the Welsh language policy, and I'm sure she'll take that into account when that statement does come forward in due course.
Jenny Rothman. Leader of the House, I was very pleased to host the exhibition in the Pier Head this afternoon of to commemorate the 50th anniversary of the passing of the 1967 Abortion Act. But I think Assembly members present were all somewhat shocked to hear just how little progress has been made in this last half-century in ensuring that in dealing with the inequalities of abortion access in Wales, because we seem to be in a much worse position than in other parts of Britain, and as a result, women are having their access to abortion artificially delayed by being forced to see their GP before they can access the gynae services that they require, and many of those who are being referred to the voluntary sector are having to pay £600 themselves because of these delays, and also having to have surgical abortions because it's too late for them to have a medical abortion, which obviously is much less invasive. So I wondered if we could have the Cabinet Secretary make a statement on how he would be able to address this. I think there's an outlier, Gwent, which is very good at referring people who they can't accommodate themselves to BPAS, but other health boards do not have a good record, and that I think that across the chamber there should be alarm about this, and how we need to know how we're going to deal with this in the future.
Well, thank you for raising that extremely important matter. The Cabinet Secretary for Health is here listening to your concerns, and I think is indicating that you very much welcome a meeting with you to discuss those concerns further and see what we can do to take them forward.
Leader of the House, I'm delighted to announce to the Chamber that the Freshwater Habitat Trust have appointed me as the Assembly's new species champion for the freshwater pearl mussel, as part of their Show the Love campaign, a role which I am going to relish, I'm sure, and I'll be raising many questions on protecting that species with the Cabinet Secretary when I bed into the role. In the meantime, on the seabed into it, indeed. In the meantime, on the broader issue of the marine environment, in the news at the moment is, of course, the problem of plastic pollution. And we know that the UK government, or this Scottish government as well, and that supermarkets such as Iceland in particular have said that they plan to eliminate plastic packaging from all of their brands by 2023, I think it is. I wonder if we could have a statement from the Welsh Government, or a debate even, on how you intend to support moves such as this. I think that supermarkets such as Iceland, in making these bold moves, do deserve support. And I think it would be good if we could encourage behaviour like this across the board, so that our marine environment can be cleaned up from this awful plastic pollution as soon as possible, so that species, wider species than the freshwater pearl mussel, can appreciate the clean oceans and clean seas and aquatic environments that they deserve.
Oh, the member raises an extremely important point, and I cannot resist taking the opportunity to say that I'm the species champion for the native oyster, as it happens.
We must get together.
He and I have a very similar view about delicious species in order to be their champion. The Swansea Bay has recently been reseeded with a native oyster, And so the issue about plastic pollution in our marine environment is extremely important. Of course, Wales has done extremely well in its recycling. We're second only to Germany. I'm sure that the Cabinet Secretary has the ambition to be top as well. But we have done extremely well. That's not to say that more can't be done. It's a very important point that the Cabinet Secretary takes extremely seriously. I think the member has done very well to raise it. But we can be proud here in Wales of the recycling that we've already done and of how encouraged we are by the individual action, both by Welsh companies like Iceland and also by Welsh individuals who take very seriously their personal responsibility for trying to limit the number of single-use plastics and so on they do. And Llywedd, I'm sorry to ask for Deputy Llywedd, I'm sorry to ask for this indulgence, but if I could just recommend to members that they all look into using bamboo toothbrushes and not having plastic straws in their drinks, then I for one would think that this business statement had been had a very good outcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you. The next item on our agenda this afternoon is a statement by the Cabinet Secretary for Health and Social Services on the Parliamentary Review of Health and Social Care in Wales. And I call on Vaughan Gethin.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. The establishment of the Parliamentary Review into the long-term future of health and social care in Wales was a key commitment in our programme for government taking Wales forward. But this, of course, came from an early agreement with Plaid Cymru to establish the review. And that commitment was further emphasised in our national strategy, Prosperity for All. I announced the setting up of an independent panel of experts in November 2016. That came on the back of cross-party agreement, both on the terms of reference and membership of that independent panel. Their interim report was published on the 11th of July last year. The panel has had 12 months to consider evidence and use their expertise to come to their recommendations. And the final report with those recommendations from the panel was published earlier today. The independent review panel has been chaired by Dr Ruth Hussey, a former Chief Medical Officer for Wales, and has consisted of a range of national and international experts indeed in the field of health and social care. And I'd like to thank Ruth and her fellow panel members, and moreover everyone who's engaged with and given evidence to the panel, and for their time and commitment in producing this important report. The terms of reference and scope for the review and its timeframe were challenging, but as we know, the challenges facing us need to be addressed urgently. The panel was asked to provide a report and recommendations on how the health and care system might deliver improved health and wellbeing outcomes for people across Wales, how to reduce existing inequalities between certain population groups, and how best to enable the whole health and social care system to be sustainable over the next 5 to 10 years. And this review has been supported by all parties throughout the period. I know that the Chair and panel members have continued to engage with opposition spokespeople and the Chair of the Health, Social Care and Sport Committee throughout the review. And I welcome the cross-party support for the review and the maturity of the constructive engagement between all parties and the panel. The case for change was set out very clearly in the interim report, and I haven't heard anyone disagree with the need for change in order to meet the challenges facing us now and in the future. In fact, I've heard enthusiasm for making progress to tackle the combination of issues that face us. What is clear to me is that we need change. I need to get started on that change sooner rather than later. We need a system that meets the needs of our population going forward, and one which is financially sustainable. The panel has engaged with that wide range of stakeholders, including health and social care workers, clinicians, members of the public and the third sector. There have been face-to-face meetings, citizen panels, focus groups, written evidence, meetings with specific groups of people, for example, older people's groups, and direct question and answers on social media with the panel. And the report recognises that frontline staff and decision-makers want to move forward and make changes that improve both the quality of experience and outcomes for people. It also recognises there are lots of examples of good work in health and social care, including joint working together to deliver a seamless service to people. Perhaps most importantly, the report also says that in Wales we have the real potential to overcome the challenges that we face. And the challenges we face continue to be ones that I and others have mentioned before, on funding, on the pace of service change and service performance, including my own desire to develop new clinically based outcome measures. And the expert panel has set out the vision for a seamless service for citizens, with new models of care underpinned by a new quadruple aim. And those aims are to improve the population health and well-being with a focus on prevention, to improve the experience and quality of care for individuals and families, to enrich the well-being, capability and engagement of the health and social care workforce, and to increase the value achieved from funding health and care through improvement, innovation, use of best practice and, of course, eliminating waste. The goals of that quadruple aim are compatible with and work alongside the goals of both the Future Generations Act, the Social Services and Wellbeing Act and the principles of prudent healthcare. And the panel recommends each of those 4 goals should be pursued simultaneously. And the new models proposed by the report are based on characteristics set nationally but delivered locally, taking account of the views of citizens in their care and using technology to improve access to services. National standards are of course important, as is joined-up local decision-making to meet the specific needs of local populations, taking account of, for example, the Welsh language or rurality as examples of factors. And the report itself makes 10 key high-level recommendations across health and social care. And those recommendations cover people working in services and people using services, systems, innovation and technology, leadership, learning, culture and behaviour, and of course progress and pace at the heart of a future system. The Welsh Government, NHS Wales, local government, housing and the third sector need to respond with pace and action. There will of course be hard choices as well as real opportunities over the coming months to transform the system that we currently have. However, we should not lose sight of the fact that this is an opportunity to shape the health and care system for the years and decades ahead. And I hope that we can continue to work across services, across sectors and, of course, across parties to secure the future of health and care in Wales. I welcome the report from the review panel, and I will, of course, be considering the recommendations in more detail over the next few weeks. And in the spring, I will publish a new long-term plan for health and social care, which will take account of the recommendations in this report.
Angela.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I too would like to welcome this report today. I found it to be an energising and enlightening read, and I'd like to thank Dr Ruth Hussey and the members of her team for all the hard work they've done, but also for the engagement that they have offered to myself and to my Welsh Conservative colleagues in bringing forward ideas and thoughts and recommending people to go and talk to get to the truth of the matter. There's no doubt that health and social care faces some enormous challenges over these coming years, increasing demand, new drugs and technology, and we have a better and more holistic understanding of what well-being is, and we have to combat all of that in the face of rising expectations from the general public. The case for change is compelling, and this is a very welcome analysis of the challenges we face. It pulls no punches and agitates for reform at pace. And I think one of the reasons we need to do this reform, Cabinet Secretary, is I think it's very clear that we do not have a current vision for the NHS and that there hasn't been sufficient attention on how to achieve that vision, how to achieve change, how to make best practice common practice. I note you intend to publish a long-term plan in the spring, and I would absolutely urge you not to be sidetracked by what I call the low-level stuff and the lobbying that I'm sure you're going to start getting, because this is about the strategic direction of the health service going forward. Would you be able to tell us how long after the plan is published you intend to commence a programme of transformation? Anyone who's been involved in change throughout business will know that change cannot last for too long. Transformation programmes do need to be pushed at pace. Will you commit in the plan to reviewing the periods of maybe every year, every couple of years, every 5 years, to make sure that we are on track and are doing what we need to do? I think the report tackles the area of competence, and I think there's a real concern emerging by the panel and other stakeholders that we do not have enough people with the relevant experience and skills to run such an ambitious change programme. How do you intend to address this, Cabinet Secretary? Will you start recruiting for those people soon? Otherwise, any change programme that you may put forward in the spring is going to take even longer to get off the ground. In health, we have an independent sector, namely GPs. In social care, we have an independent sector, namely our valuable care home providers.
We see the tensions today between the public sector and those independent sectors. Cabinet Secretary, how do you intend to address that in putting together your strategic and plan and bring those people on board to ensure that this is a whole NHS and a whole healthcare sector engagement? How will you be intending to bring on board the general public? Much was made of the general public in this review by Dr Ruth Hussey, and I'd like to understand the weight that you put down on that. Proceeding at pace is going to be a difficult thing. We need to bring on the health and the health and care staff. We need to ensure we have training and a clear path forward for those people to understand how they are going to be engaged in building their and our NHS. Do you intend to put in place a strategic, and sorry, this is my last question, Deputy Presiding Officer, do you intend to put in place a strategic transformation team of experienced individuals with cross-cutting and collaborative skills who will have the authority to drive the transformation across all of our health boards? And will they also eventually be able to look at the critical question, the elephant in the room that no one can talk about or has talked about, which is how are we going to fund all of this, because the money is incredibly important. I do understand it wasn't part of the review, but without understanding how much money we have going forward to spend on health and social care, it might be very difficult to achieve some of these excellent objectives. Good review. Cabinet Secretary, please don't let it just sit on a shelf somewhere in Welsh Government and go nowhere, because this is good stuff. I'm very pleased to see it.
Thank you for the response, and I'll try and respond briefly to each of the 8 areas of questions that you've raised. And of course, at the outset, we agreed not to publish a new vision to replace Together for Health because we're going to have a review. It would have been odd if I had said, here is our view for the future of the health service, and then let's have the parliamentary review. There's a trade-off in doing that. And at the outset, I indicated there'll be some things we'd have to get on with and do before the review, and other things we'd need to wait for the review. And I guess that first point about when will a programme of transformation commence, some things are already happening, but the review itself has recognised and wants to see more of. So some of that transformation is in train. The challenge is perhaps the pace and the scale of that transformation. And as you'll know from having had a chance to read the report, they recommend having a transformation team in place for at least a year to try and drive that change. And in terms of when we'll review that, well, I do expect to review the report, both during the construction of the long-term plan for health and care that I've said we expect to be able to publish at the end of spring, and that's a pretty tight timescale, but I think we need to maintain the momentum so it doesn't sit on a shelf within the government or other people's libraries, and we'll need to think as we publish the plan about what timescales we'll then look to measure our progress. An obvious one will be in a year's time, and I think about other waypoints to check on our progress. And that goes into your point about both recruiting people to deliver transformation and having a strategic transformation team. We need to look at the current skills we have both centrally here within the civil service and centrally in a leadership team in both the health service but also in the social care system as well. We need to think about the people that we currently have and how to drive that transformation. If we accept a recommendation for having a team, who are those people, where do we get them from, and where does the cost come to actually pay those people to do the job and their authority to properly engage with the service and to drive improvement? Those are real issues for us to consider as we deliver a plan and then look to take that forward. And in taking a plan forward, I take seriously your point about the engagement of health and care staff and their training. That's obviously something we need to look at. Innovation and improvement, well, certainly the improvement activity often comes from training, from recognising that best practice needs to be standard and common practice, and how we look to have a learning environment and a rich learning environment. That comes into one of the key recommendations in the report as well. And on public engagement, I had a number of conversations with Lee Waters and others about would the public be genuinely engaged in the review, and they took that seriously. They had citizen panels. They took the opportunity to listen to and talk with the public. Part of our challenge is how we engage the public in a more regular conversation about health and care in any event. And in some of this, the social care sector is further ahead than the health service, and people being more engaged in their choices. There's something about how the health service catches up with that, and equally how we have a more general debate about health and care that doesn't rely on either a point of crisis or a point of real anxiety and controversy locally. Lots of people get engaged in either their local service or a hospital service when there's something they disagree with or are concerned about. We need a broader and deeper engagement. And to be fair, some of our health boards in Wales are better at doing that on a regular basis than others. So again, that's a key point of learning and driving through. Otherwise, having the citizen be a more equal partner in making health and care choices is unlikely to happen, let alone the design of services. And I think I've tried to deal with your point about staff training and engagement. I want to come back to your final point about money. We agreed across parties in the terms not to address money in this review, because if we'd done that, we could have easily spent a whole year just looking on how to fund and what to fund. And these are controversial choices. We all have different views on how much we fund. You know, within a reducing resource base, which it's objectively the case, the government has a reducing resource base in real terms. The percentage of health and care spend continues to rise. As you know, we'll vote on a budget later today that puts more money into the health service. Our challenge must be, what is the long-term funding settlement going to be and the requirement to do that? There's a different debate to be had there, both about what individuals do to contribute to social care, for example, the funding of social care, the work that Jerry Holton was doing with Mark Drakeford, my department, Hugh Ranker, and look at the long-term funding for social care. So those questions can't be parked. What we have to do is to come up with the final point in the review into the quadruple aim. How do we nevertheless drive greater value from the Welsh public pound that we invest in these services? But we will continue to have to debate funding, what we expect to deliver from that, and what we're prepared to do in not spending that money in other parts of public services if we choose to invest more of our funds in the health and social care system.
Rhys ap Iorwerth.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, Dirprwy Lywydd. I'd also like to place on record my thanks to Ruth Hussey and her team for the way they conducted this review. And I think it has been a very timely look at the state of health and social care in Wales. I would say that, in that Plaid Cymru pushed the agenda on having this parliamentary review, and we've been only too pleased to play our part in being part of a discussion panel every now and then as the work progressed to get to the point where we have now this report, which is food for thought. And I'll keep my questions fairly brief. I won't ask a long list of questions today, because I think the publication of this parliamentary review report is the start of a process. Now that we have the fruits of the labour of Ruth Hussey and her team, we have things and yardsticks that we can hold to government to see how government responds. I think that the centrally the central strength of what we have here is that statement from in this report that we do not have a vision for the future of health and social care in Wales, and it's not overly egging a political point in saying that it is implicit in that there's an indictment of a governing party that has controlled the NHS in Wales for the best part of 19 years, and still we don't have a vision. And the urgency is shown in the timescale that Ruth Hussey wants to see the government responding in. She wants to see now a consultation and a vision being published within a matter of 3 months. So, first question is, could you give us an idea of the level of consultation that government will engage in order to bring forth that vision? There are some specific elements where Ruth Hussey says she would like to see the patient voice being given being heard much clearer in decisions on the future of healthcare. The second question, how does that, and the idea that the patient experience must be measured very, very well and carefully, tally with proposals that government has made on the abolition of community health councils, which is the body that measures patient experience specifically? Will you therefore put those plans on the shelf, because we have in this report a clear suggestion that a patient experience must still be measured in future? On workforce, I will make the comment that whilst here we have a call for a new vision, that new vision will involve implementing things that many of us have long called for. For example, making sure that we train adequately enough doctors. And therefore, I'd be interested in your comments on whether you now will be accelerating moves, for example, towards the establishment of a medical training centre in Bangor, because we have in this report emphasis on the need to make sure we have adequate and well-trained workers. On money, yes, the financing of the NHS was not part of the remit, but I do remember Plaid Cymru being ridiculed before the last election for suggesting that £300 million worth of savings, if you like, could be made through better use of technology and innovation within the NHS in order to reinvest in spending that money better within the health service. So I'd be interested in your comments on that. So this is a starting point. And I look forward to being told also by government how we can measure whether government is succeeding in responding to this important report. What will be the measure of success?
Thank you for those questions. A couple of comments, and then I'll try and address your, I think, your 5 specific areas of questions. I don't want to start by recognising, of course, the role of Plaid Cymru in this review coming into being. We tried before the last election to have cross-party agreement on a health and care review. And there's something about timing in all of this and recognising timing, because actually within the last year of the last government, it was difficult to get parties to agree to do it. And it's understandable why. There's no criticism of individual parties. The year before the election, it's difficult to get people to say, let's be cross-party and work together. We've taken that opportunity at the start of this term to start this process on having an independent review, agreeing on the terms, agreeing on the membership. We now need to make choices together as well. And there's a challenge for all of us, in government, of course, as well. I quite enjoy having the responsibility of being in government, and I've got a responsibility to make choices now and in the future as well. But there's a central challenge to all of us as political representatives, what we choose to do and how we have the debate and how we make choices together about the future. Because if we stop choices being made, that is a choice in itself. And the report tells us that in many ways that is the biggest danger for the future of health and care. We don't have the space, the vision and the ability and the willingness to make some difficult choices about the future. And that was a choice we made at the start, but not, as I said to Angela Burns, we did not replace Together for Health at the start of this term because we were going to have this review instead. And that was the right choice to make. And that's the comment the panel are making about having a vision. We need to have that vision. That is what the long-term plan that I've talked about for health and care by the end of spring. That's what we want to be able to provide, that vision for the future to take forward the review and not, as Angela suggested, leaving it on a shelf in the government. And I guess that point about engagement ahead, the long-term plan, your first question. Well, we do expect to engage openly with stakeholders within the health service, different staff groups, different Royal College representation as well. And it's interesting about how Royal Colleges themselves are actually welcoming and agitating for more change as well. And that can be difficult for them and some of their members too as well. Our broader trade union colleagues representing workers in the health service, but much more than that, of course, our partners in local government and beyond. This has been deliberately a health and social care review. This isn't simply about the health service. It is how health and social care are part of a broader system, colleagues in housing as well. So I expect them all to be interested in that future plan, and of course the public as well. We want to have an open public engagement and voice within that long-term plan for the future. In terms of your point about measuring patient experience, again, it is of course important. That's part of the quadruple aim, about understanding how we measure patient experience and enhancing and valuing it. We need to find some measures that are useful, to add real value in what we're measuring. Otherwise, the danger is we simply measure numbers, and that all gets you back to activity, the volume of activity, the time of something's done rather than the quality of what's done and someone's experience. And that's a bit more difficult. But I think it's more valuable in doing that as well. And I'd politely disagree with you about not abolishing community health councils. If we wish to have a citizen voice, advocacy across our health and social care system, we actually need to have a new legislative footing for that group. You can't simply do it the way that CHCs are currently constituted. So you have to find a new way to constitute a new body. The discussion is what powers and what responsibilities they have with the new system, but you could paint it as either abolition, but they're going to be replaced with a new body to work across the whole health and social care system, and I think that is the right thing to do. And indeed, the National Board of Community Health Councils agree that's the right thing to do as well. On workforce, we've been clear previously about our response on your specific point about medical training in North Wales, and I will of course bring forward a statement on the work that the 3 universities are already doing on how we equip more people, more generally across the country, to have a career in medicine, and in particular how we deliver more medical training within North Wales. On technology-led innovation and efficiency, again, there's a range of people, both within this chamber and outside, who recognise the real potential and indeed the real need to gain more from technology in delivering innovation and improvement that will deliver real value, not just about shaving a few pound signs off, but actually recognise the way people live their lives and make choices. And actually the health service needs to catch up with that. And again, there's some parts of social care where, again, working together, we've got to design systems that actually work together and can talk to each other to, again, make it easier for the citizen. You should not expect an individual who has health and care needs to navigate their way through a complex system. We have to make it easier for them to do so. And finally, a point about measures. I've indicated that we need to take seriously the review and respond to it properly, but there will be a need, and I recognise that now, to come back at the very least within a year to look at the progress that we've then made, as well as being open for scrutiny, not just in the normal part of the chamber of the Health and Social Care Committee, but from a government point of view, to think seriously about the recommendation in the review that each year we provide an annual update from the government and the health service and the social care system on where we think we are, the challenges we still have, and what else we need to do. I think that's a worthwhile suggestion we do need to give serious consideration to, because I think they would provide some of the clarity that you yourself have suggested that we should look to provide.
John Bow. Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. And can I first of all thank the Cabinet Secretary for his statement on this very important report, the recommendations of which are welcome to those of us who have worked in and with our health and social care system over a number of years. And I'd also like to add my thanks to Ruth Hussey and her team for the work they've put into delivering it. So I'm going to try not to repeat a number of the points that others have made. There's just two short points that I want to make, and that is, firstly, the recommendations of this review have without a doubt placed a huge responsibility on this whole Assembly to rise to the challenge that's been set, and the report makes it clear the scale of the challenges that we need to face. And in truth, it's a daunting responsibility, because every member of this Assembly understands, or should understand, that changes in the service are needed, but attempting to make those changes can be difficult when local opposition arises to changes and when political opportunism overtakes the objective consideration. And we've already heard in this debate a couple of cheap political shots, and I have to say, Green, I don't think that was necessary in terms of the consensual way in which we were trying to have a discussion and a debate about this particular report. But changes are needed, and they're needed against the backdrop of ongoing financial pressures. So it's incumbent on all of us to ensure that the services are delivered more effectively and possibly in a very different way. And, Angela raised the point about the funding for all of this, but I think we need to be very clear. There's no more money coming out of this. There's no more money coming down from Westminster for us to fund the services that we have or the services that we want going into the future. But we can't continue we can't afford to continue, investing in models of health and social care that don't respond to the future needs that are and have been well known and understood for a very long time. My second point. Yeah, I am. Yeah.
And therefore it should be
and I've got a series of questions that
you've got questions now.
Okay.
Or,
Well, my second point is about the process of negotiating necessary change and the need to involve the staff in that. I know from my own experience that change does require patience and persuasion and communication, but most of all it involves taking people with you, because to resist change does lead to stagnation, both for the people that the service has to deliver to and the people that work within it. What I would ask Cabinet Secretary, because we've heard a lot about the vision in this report, and I would say that the report actually is the vision. It sets out the vision. So would you agree that we all need to be clear that this is our vision and direction of travel, and that we must be unwavering in our commitment to that? And would you further agree that if we are to achieve the quadruple aim for all, as set out in the report's recommendations, then staff who work in the service must be involved in the change, and their voices must be listened to if we are to achieve the objectives of the review?
Thank you for those points. I recognise someone who was previously on the other side of a table. As the former Unison Head of Health, other health service trade unions are, of course, available. But then you're right, but this is a challenge for all of us in this place, because, as I said, choosing not to do something is still a choice. And I think it's a really important point that the report really highlights and follows through from the case for change. And you said it yourself, that this is about delivering services differently and sometimes delivering different services. And to do that, you can't invest in everything that we do now, as you said. That does mean we need to do things differently. And that's difficult, because most people want to be able to add to things, as opposed to saying you've got to decide within the financial envelope what are we not going to do, as well as what are we going to choose to do, and to enhance what we do in the future. And that will be difficult. And we need to understand that's difficult for people in the services, difficult for some local communities that are attached to services. People who do get very attached to bricks and mortar, even though they say they're not. The reality is people do. And you can understand some of that emotional attachment to long-running service and to people that they trust. But if we can't get through having a programme for change and transformation the report sets out, then we will manage a declining service. And that can't be acceptable for any of us in any party. And your specific points about the direction of travel and the quadruple aim and staff, I think the report does set a direction of travel for us, and it's about how we deliver that and how we choose priorities within government, with the service, with local government partners and others as well, to deliver against the very real challenges in the direction the report sets out. And it is crucial in doing so that we do take seriously the part of the quadruple aim that is about the engagement and enriching the way staff do their jobs. People who enjoy their jobs tend to provide better care in health, social care and other services and sectors too. And that's not easy given the pressure on workers in health and social care, especially, we rarely talk about it, but social care workers who are not paid a significant amount of money to do jobs that are difficult, demanding and very physical often, and the credence we give to those people, the way we hardly ever talk about them. And when we do, actually, there's still quite a lot of stigma about the social care sector as well. So the work that Rebecca Evans started off leading on, that Hugh Rankin-Davies is now taking forward, on raising the esteem of people within that sector, was crucial to delivering the aims within this report, and in particular the point you make about the quadruple aim and engaging staff in the future of the whole service.
Thank you for your statement, Cabinet Secretary. I would also like to place on record my thanks to Dr Ruth Hussey and the panel for the excellent work they've undertaken, for their report and their recommendations. The report starkly lays out in black and white the actions we need to take if we are to deliver sustainable health and care now and in the future. Dr Hussey and her team have done their job admirably. It's now up to us to do ours. We know the challenges, and the parliamentary review have outlined the direction of travel. So therefore, we have to deliver the necessary changes. It won't be easy, as change is never easy. But we can't continue to deliver NHS services in the same way as we did 70 years ago. We all acknowledge the need for change. It is the task of each and every one of us here in this chamber to have an adult conversation with our constituents on the need for change, to push forward the principles of prudent healthcare and to support clinically led changes to services. Cabinet Secretary, it is your job to ensure that the necessary changes are actually delivered on the ground. The need for change is clear, and the NHS cannot afford to wait 5, 10, 15 years for these changes to come on stream. The NHS and social care need to adapt now if we are to have any chance of meeting future demand for the services. Cabinet Secretary, investment in staff is one of the biggest challenges facing us, particularly if we are to focus on local care delivery. Do you have any plans to increase the primary care workforce, particularly the number of GP training places in the immediate future? Digital technology will have a key role to play in future delivery plans. How do you plan to transform the way IT is delivered to the NHS? We have to ensure that the money we invest in our NHS is actually used to deliver these services. We therefore have to eliminate waste. And this week we have learned about the extraordinary level of fraud taking place with the European health insurance cards, with other EU citizens claiming free healthcare using fake EHIC cards, and today we learned of the level of damages and legal fees paid out by NHS Trust for negligence over the last 5 years. Cabinet Secretary, what is your government doing to eliminate fraud in our NHS and to reduce the level of medical negligence? I look forward to your new long-term plan for health and social care and working with you to deliver an NHS that is fit for the future. Thank you.
Secretary. I thank the member for most of what she said. There were some points where we'd have to part company on agreement. I don't actually think that fraud related to the European Union and e-hit cards is a big issue that will undermine the future of the service. The challenge that we face in both need and demand, in having a rising and ageing population, in the challenges over money, I do not think are ones where we could say that European citizens, whether legitimately or otherwise, are going to undermine the future of the service. And you know, it's not covered in the report. It's not a significant area of interest. But of course, I would not want the service to be taken advantage of. There's a difference about saying I don't mind people come and do what they like, and saying that that's the biggest challenge we face. So I expect you to play by the rules. Where people don't, I expect the appropriate action to be taken. On your point about medical negligence, well, this is a constant challenge for any and every health service. And actually the response is how we improve the quality of care that is delivered, how that improvement action is a real part of what the service does and not just a fig leaf. That's why we need to look again at our own improvement programmes. 1,000 Lives are doing significant work in improving the quality of care and decision-making across the health service. We need to look again at that as an improvement programme. The challenge the report sets us, and the quadruple aim, and look at delivering greater value. So those are things that we absolutely do need to do. In terms of your point about transforming IT delivery, I think it's been covered in other comments and questions. It's a key challenge for the health and care system, how we take greater advantage of what technology allows us to do and actually catch up with the way citizens currently live their lives. And your final point about increasing the primary care workforce. We are in a better place than other parts of the UK in some ways, because we've actually met our numbers and we've overfilled the places we've had on the GP training numbers that you mentioned specifically. The challenge now is to understand what more do we need. And that isn't just a question for the government, it's also part of the reason we set up Health Education Improvement Wales to try and give that broader-based understanding of planning for a future workforce, making sure we have the places available, and then the difficult choices about money. Because if I had the opportunity and ability to, I would invest more money in the future of the health and care workforce. But I have to live within the means that this Assembly votes for me to be able to do that in the budget that this place will, I hope, to choose to pass later on today. So funding is always a challenge, but we cannot avoid the reality that we need to deliver greater value from the resource we put into our whole system.
Cabinet Secretary, there is some very useful high-level analysis in the report, but I think is most helpful is the detailed recommendations in the annex section, in particular recommendation 7 on innovation, technology and infrastructure. I was very pleased to see the role of digital woven right throughout the report and its potential to release resource and improve the patient experience. But my question is, having read last week's report by the Wales Audit Office, in conjunction with today's report, there are a series of direct and indirect criticisms of the National Health Service Wales Informatics Service, NWIS. And I have very real doubts about their ability, both in terms of capacity and capability, to deliver this radical agenda, not least the finding from the Wales Audit Office that they've been partial and overly positive in reporting progress to the Welsh Government. So I just ask for your reflections on the nature of the criticisms in both reports and whether or not you can now have confidence in NWIS as currently constituted to deliver this agenda, and what you can put in place to make sure we achieve the potential of digital.
Thank you for the comments. You've been consistent in taking an interest in this area, both formally and informally, in conversations that we've had. And I think the first point that I'd make is that for all the criticism that's made of NWIS, they have actually done a number of things we should be really proud of. We think about the response in terms of security, the differential way we invested in the system that they delivered. If you think about Choose Pharmacy, something they created and then delivering in partnership with the service that will make a real difference and actually be directly in this space, making better use of information between healthcare professionals, changing the point of focus where people can go and get that advice and support as well. And so even with the positive things they've done, it's fair to reflect on where we think they could do better. And I recognise the comments that are made in the report and in the Wales Audit Office report and in other suggestions as well. about does it have the capability and the capacity as it's currently constituted to do all that we need it to do? Well, I think it would be fair to say that it does, because we place unfair, I think, expectations on NWIS as it currently is to do all that we want to do in terms of investing in and releasing the capacity of IT to transform the way that we deliver services and the way that citizens themselves engage in health and care services. And I also recognise the points of thinking again about whether it's in the right place, whether to do more to think about how that governance is released. And as I've indicated previously, and I intend to do this, and the report has helpfully not said we need to do something different, in that we do need to carry on looking at that capability, that capacity, and where we find it. How much should be in-house within NWIS, how much should be working with other partners, and how much should be a formal partnership, because we can't pretend we can do all of that in the one place. If we try to do that, I think we'll fail. It has to be a different partnership, and we then have to set those ambitions and set our sense of priority. And that may mean we need to look again at the resources we put into this area, as well as, of course, the governance and oversight both for members, people in the health service, in the care system, and, of course, here in government as well.
Thank you very much, Cabinet Secretary. Thank you. The next item on the agenda this afternoon is the debate on the final budget for 2018-19 and a call on the Cabinet Secretary for Finance to move the motion. Mark.
Diolch yn fawr, Dipyn yn cynnig cynigion cyllideb derfynol Llywodraeth Cymru ar gyfer 2018-19 ymlaen, fel y gosodwyd gerbron Cynulliad Cenedlaethol Cymru ar y 4 a 15 o Ragfyr. Hoffwn y ddiolch yn arbennig I aelodau'r Pwyllgor Cyllid a'r Cadeirydd Simon Thomas am ei gwaith ofalus wrth craffu ar y gyllideb hon. Dyma'r tro cyntaf ers sawl ganrif I ni yng Nghymru ysgwyddo cyfrifoldeb dros codi gyfran o'r arian rydyn ni a'i wario ar gwasanaethau cyhoeddus. Roeddwn ni'n falch iawn o allu ymateb ddoi I adroddiad y Pwyllgor ar y gyllideb ddrafft a gallu derbyn bron bob un o ai argymhellion yn llwyr. Gweitha'r heriau a gododd yn sgil y gwrthdaro rhwng amserlen ein gyllideb ni a chyllideb Llywodraeth y Deyrnas Unedig, rwy'n credu bod y prosesau newydd a gafodd eu cytuno a'i dilyn eleni wedi bod yn llwyddiannus ac wedi bod yn addas ar gyfer craffu ar ein defnydd o'n cyfrifoldebau ariannol newydd. Rwy'n edrych ymlaen at gael gweithio gyda'r Pwyllgor I weld sut y gellid gwella'r prosesau hyn ymhellach yn y dyfodol. Rhaid diolch hefyd I pwllgorau eraill hynny sydd wedi cyhoeddi adroddiadau craffu ar y gyllideb yn eu meisydd eu hunain. Hoffwn I ddiolch yn swyddogol I Steffan Lewis am roi ei amser I gyfarfod ac ystyried y gyllideb derfynol ac I Adam Price am barhau ar trafodaethau hynny'n fwy diweddar. Dipyn mae cyd-destun ehangach ar gyfer y gyllideb yn gwbl hysbys. Wrth I economïau ardal y Euro a'r unol adolaethiau symud yn ôl tuag at lefelau twf hanesyddol, mae economi'r Deyrnas Unedig yn parhau I gael ei niwidio gan bolisiau cynni ffôl, polisiau sydd wedi methu. Wrth I eraill dyfu, mae'r ragolygon diweddar y swyddfa cyfrifoldeb cyllidebol yma yn dangos economi sy'n arafu. Nid yn unig y flwyddyn nesaf a flwyddyn wedyn, ond tu hwnt I hynny i'r dyfodol. Llai o dwf mewn cynhyrchiant, llai o fuddsoddiad mewn busnesau, llai o dwf mewn cynnyrch domestig gros, llai o dwf mewn ceflogi, llai o dderbiniadau trethu. A'r cynghellwr Philip Hammond a'i hun ddywedodd hynny yn ei araith ar y gyllideb ar ailfed ar 20 o Dachwedd. That budget quite certainly did not produce a windfall for Wales or go far to put right 8 years of resource starvation. Our budget, when financial transaction capital funding is excluded, remains 7% lower in real terms than a decade ago. This government's job is to use every lever available to us to protect Welsh citizens and services from the damage which austerity brings and to invest wherever we can in creating the conditions of a successful future. That is why, in this final budget, you see for the first time the 105% Barnett multiplier negotiated in the fiscal framework between ourselves and the UK Government. It adds nearly £70 million, otherwise unavailable to us. The progressive but proportionate use we have made of our two new taxes, landfill disposal tax and land transaction tax, are forecast to add another £30 million to our revenue resources over the period of this budget. That is £100 million to help us with the vital priorities of investing in our schools and colleges, creating the health service of the future, building an economy with a real social purpose of providing prosperity for all.
I'm grateful for what he's just said, and of course this is the first time we're looking at a budget that has income generation as well as expenditure within it, and that's a positive change for the development of this place. But has he made any estimate of what would have happened on the expenditure side had we not had those 7 years of austerity since the election of the coalition government back in 2010, and what would be the rough shape of the Welsh budget if that hadn't happened?
Well, I can offer the member two estimates. Had our budget simply remained the same in real terms today as it was nearly a decade ago, if there had been no growth at all in the resources to us, we would have £1.1 billion more to invest in this budget than we see today. Had our budget simply grown in line with growth in the economy, something which every government from 1945 to 2010 achieved through all those years of Mrs Thatcher, growth in public services never fell below growth in the economy as a whole. And growth in the economy has been sclerotic since 2010. I believe we would be somewhere between £3 and £4 billion more to invest in public services in Wales today than this budget is able to provide. I want to briefly outline for members those changes which the final budget has in it compared to the draft budget I was able to lay in October of last year. The final budget of the 19th of December shows that over and above the extra £230 million in 2018-19 and the £220 million beyond that in 2019-20, the NHS in Wales will have a further £100 million, £50 million in each year, to support the work of my colleague Vaughan Gethin as he implements the recommendations of the parliamentary review which have just been discussed here. The final budget also shows additional allocations of £20 million in 18-19 and a further £40 million in 19-20 to support local authorities in delivering the services on which we all rely. We are building on the £20 million for homelessness announced in the draft budget by providing an extra £10 million, focused particularly on youth homelessness in 2019-20. A further £36 million has been allocated to portfolios in support of prosperity for all commitments, and ministers are currently working through where this funding will make the most difference. Throughout the scrutiny of the draft budget, Ipralawydd members have expressed concern about the impact of Brexit. The First Minister recently announced a £50 million European Union Transition Fund, which builds further on the additional £5 million announced in the draft budget for Brexit preparedness as part of the budget agreement with Plaid Cymru. The final budget includes £10 million revenue funding over 2 years as an initial additional investment in this fund. The fund will run from April 2018, and we will work with partners to develop detailed programmes of support covering a range of interventions. Llywydd, I will now turn to capital. I've been discussing the capital consequentials, including financial transactions, further with ministers. I've also continued to discuss matters of mutual interest with Plaid Cymru. Today, I would like to set out some early decisions on immediate capital priorities that will be formalised in supplementary budgets. £30 million will be allocated this year in the second supplementary budget to the 21st Century Schools and Education programme. That money will be used to support our shared ambition across different parts of this chamber to create 1 million Welsh speakers by 2050. It means that an equivalent £30 million can be released from the programme in future years to support capital projects dedicated to supporting and growing the use of the Welsh language in education. Beyond that, and to accelerate the highly successful Band B of the 21st Century Schools and Education programme, I will allocate £75 million over the next 3 years in additional capital to the Meg of my colleague, the Cabinet Secretary for Education, for her to be able to take that programme even further and faster than otherwise would have been the case. £70 million in additional capital goes to the NHS across 2018-19 and 19-20 to allow the Cabinet Secretary for Health and Social Services to press ahead with his consideration of a range of clinical priorities, including the continued support for the new Velindre Cancer Centre and investment in neonatal services in both Glangwili and Singleton hospitals. In the autumn budget, we received £14.6 million for 2018-19 to 2020-21 for air quality. I've already allocated the additional revenue for air quality in the final budget. Today, I can say that we will use that £14.6 million as capital expenditure to assist the Cabinet Secretary with responsibility for this very important area here in Wales. I am also discussing proposals for a road refurbishment scheme of up to £30 million of the Welsh Local Government Association, which will provide vital new investment in our local roads. I will make further announcements alongside the publication of the new iteration of the Wales Infrastructure Investment Plan later this spring. This will include funding, supporting prosperity for all, for the Valley Economic Hub is a key part of the Valley's Task Force Plan and something which has featured consistently in discussions with Plaid Cymru. This final budget has the services which people in Wales rely upon at its heart. It provides extra investment in our health service and in local government. It takes head-on the challenges we face today in homelessness and in improving air quality. It creates new opportunities for the future by investing in education and in our economy. It does so through the careful and detailed management of our resources, by working with others to identify common ground, and always to pursue the progressive priorities which animate this Welsh Government. I commend it to the National Assembly this afternoon.
Nick Ramsey.
Diolch, Lawyd. Can I thank the Cabinet Secretary for Finance for his statement and also for the cooperation he's given both with myself during the budget's forming process and with the Chair of the Finance Committee and the members of that committee. I have to say that I did find your speech a rather strange mixture, Cabinet Secretary, and I would say that it was a little bit like the budget, good in parts and not so good in other parts, in that you did speak about the negative effect you think that the UK government, its programme, has had on the Welsh budget. And whilst I accept that there have been cuts over the last number of years, and we won't go into the whys and wherefores of those cuts, I do have in front of me the written statement by yourself, issued today, I believe, where you speak about the consequentials that have come to the Welsh Government from the UK Government as a result of that budget, and which is increasing extra spending within Wales, which you have allocated in the way which you would expect a Welsh Government to do. So I do think that the overtly negative tone of your contribution was probably more political than it was realistic, but I suppose we are in a political chamber, so you would expect that. Now, I don't go over too much ground that I set out in the draft budget debate before Christmas. However, back in December, I did pose the primary question, what is the Welsh Government budget seeking to achieve? Is it simply trying to allocate funding to different budgets, or is it trying to do more than that, to address longer-term challenges and to seek a fundamental economic change to the economy? Now, given the new fiscal powers, which Simon Thomas mentioned, which are coming to the Welsh Government, borrowing and indeed tax power devolution, I would have thought that the latter should be our goal, as I believe the Chair of the Finance Committee believes. And sadly, I think that this budget falls short of this. Now, I appreciate that it is still early days and those powers are still in the process of transferring, but I would expect the Welsh Government to be looking at ways that those powers can be utilised. And given that by the time of the next budget, the Assembly and Welsh Government will have significant extra financial powers, I think that this budget has fallen short in making use of those. If I can just refer to some of the points that were made by the Finance Committee report on the draft budget, there have been ongoing concerns around transparency, and these are key to some of our concerns. The lines between the budget allocations and the programme for government simply, between the budget allocations and programme for government simply aren't strong enough. From 2019 to 2020, we know that there will be a single grant for a number of projects, including Fly and Start and Supporting People. And the Finance Committee took evidence from a number of organisations. I think Cymru Cymru was strongest in their concerns in saying that it becomes increasingly difficult to track the funding that is currently coming through Supporting People under the new regime, and that is a source of concern. Things seem to be going backwards in some areas in terms of transparency rather than forwards. If I could turn to the big part of the Welsh Government budget, the Health Service, which you mentioned additional funding for as a result of UK Government consequentials in your written statement today. Of course, we all welcome any additional funding for our NHS. Welsh Conservatives have, of course, been calling for this for a long time, back, in fact, of course, when there were some real terms cuts being made to the Welsh Health Service budget under the last during the last Welsh Assembly. However, I do agree with points that have been made by Mike Hedges and others that you do have to strategically plan where that money is going and the sort of benefits you're going to get out of it. And there's no doubt at all that there is certainly a perception, at the very least, that money which has been funnelled into the NHS over the last months and a year or so, is that going to actually develop proper transformational change within the NHS, or is it going to be absorbed by some of the budget holes which our health boards have been suffering from? And I think that the general consensus out there is that currently the latter is probably more likely to be the case. So that won't lead to the sort of transformational change we want to see. Prevention hasn't been mentioned, and yet it's mentioned in many debates that we have in this place about the health service. And if at the same time as you're saying that prevention is a very important part to keeping the future health costs down, it doesn't seem to make sense that local government is facing severe cuts, which will then impact on leisure centres, will impact on sport, the other part of the health brief, which ultimately is going to lead to a problem with promoting prevention. It's not going to improve it. So, as I said at the start of my contribution,
would you also agree that removing from the ring fence from things like Supporting People and the Welsh Independent Living Grant will also further risk damaging prevention and intervention?
I do, yes. I think that a lot of things that the Welsh budget aspires to do and says it wants to do are good, but when you look into the greater detail, that simply isn't there. I realise I'm running out of time, Presiding Officer, but in the start of my contribution, I did say that I thought that this budget should be one that looks at creating a transformational change. I think we want something that is positive, creates a vibrant economic situation moving forward, and makes those proper links between the new Welsh Government fiscal powers and the ability to develop the economy in the way that we need to, particularly with the challenges we face over the months and years ahead. I don't think that this budget meets those criteria, and the Welsh Conservatives don't either, and that is why it will be no surprise to the Cabinet Secretary that we would not be supporting this budget.
Adam Price.
Mae'n ofyniad wrth gwrs mewn Senedd lle doedd gan y Llywodraeth mwyafrif, oedden ni'n wir wrth gwrs am y rhan fwyaf cyfnod oedden ni yn trafod, i ddod i gytundeb. Mae hynny'n gofyn am elfen o'i leidra ar ran Llywodraeth. Mae'n hefyd yn gofyn am agwedd adeiladol, a dweud y gwir, o ran y gwrthbleidiau. A mae hynny'n rhan o broses ddemocrataidd gref mewn Senedd aeddfed, dweud y gwir. Ac dwi wedi bod yn falch iawn i wneud fy nghyfraniad i at y broses yna, ond hefyd gai dalu roi diolch hefyd i Steffan Lewis fel Minister Uned Cabinet wedi wneud yn barod ar ei gyfraniad A gai ddyfynu, a dyd y gwir, cwbl o enghreifftiau o'r amrediad o bolisiau positif arloesol oedd y blaid wedi llwyddo i gael nawr fel rhan o raglen y Llywodraeth trwy y math yna o gyd-drafod. Mae'r ysgrifennydd Cabinet eisoes wedi sôn am y gronfa paratoi ar gyfer Brexit ac oedd Steffan wedi bod yn pwysio hwnna ers meintin y dyd y gwir ar ôl gweld yr effaith oedd yr un math o gynllun yn cael yn Weinyddiaeth Iwerddon. Mae'r Llywodraeth erbyn hyn, wrth gwrs, wedi penderfynu adeiladu ar y seiliau oedd wedi gosod yn y cytundeb drafft gyda chynllun llawer mwy uchelgeisiol. Mi oedd Steffan hefyd, wrth gwrs, wedi bod yn pledio'r achos ers dipyn dros creu clinig arbenigol ar gyfer iechyd meddwl amenedigol, perinatal. Ac wedi llwyddo trwy cyfrwng y dyd y gwir, y cytundeb, y trafodaethau cyllideb, mewn gwirionedd i newid polisi, i newid meddwl. Ond nid yw hynny hefyd yn enghraifft o wleidyddiaeth positif, yn adeiladol, a dyd y gwir. Achos diwedd y dydd, pam dyn ni gyd yn dod mewn i'r lle yma? A dyd y gwir, i wneud Cymru tipyn bach yn well na'r hyn yna'r cyflwr o ddianddu cyn i ni ddod yma. Dyna'r gwir, yn dyfech. Wrth gwrs, mae'n y rôl ar gyfer gwrthwynebu. Nes i'n gyfran o hynny am mlynedd lawr yn San Steffan, ac oedd yna lawer o bethau pwysig i'w gwrthwynebu. Y reswm des i'r lle yma yn hytrach oedd i adeiladu, yn dyfe. Nid dim ond i wrthwynebu, ond i adeiladu, a mae hynny yn golygu bod gwrthbleidiau wedyn ni yn ymddwyn yn gyfrifol, lle mae yna dir cyffredin yn ceisio adeiladu ar y tir cyffredin hynny. Dyw hynny ddim yn golygu bod chi ddim yn dweud yn glir ac yn groiw lle mae'r Llywodraeth yn anghywir, a mae yna bethau yn y cyllideb dyn ni ddim yn cytuno gyda nhw, a dyna pam ni'n ymatal. Ond trwy'r trafodaethau, dyn ni wedi medru enghraifft cael y buddsoddiad mwyaf erioed ar gyfer yr iaith Gymraeg. Ysgrifennydd Cabinet wedi gyhoeddi, wrth gwrs, heddiw yr arian 2 tranche o 30 miliwn ar gyfer yr ysgolion, 20 miliwn o arian revenue hefyd yn y cyllideb drafft. Y buddsoddiad mwyaf erioed mwyn cyrraedd y nod, wrth gwrs, gyda'r uchelgais hynny erbyn canol y ganrif hon. Pethau lleol, pethau ranbarthol, cael gwared o tollau ar bont cleddau, yr un pwysig iawn i'r ardal yna. A trafnidiaeth, cael commitment cyntaf o ran metro ar gyfer Bai Abertawe a Cymoedd y Gorllewin. Ymestyn y metro yn ne Cymru i ardaloedd fel y Rhondda Bach sydd ddim a trafnidiaeth gyhoeddus modern ar hyn o bryd. Wrth gwrs, buddsoddi yn ein hewlydd ni hefyd sydd yn bwysig ar enghraifft yr A487 a'r A470 Gweld buddsoddiad ym mhob ran o Gymru. Hynny yw, pan ni'n gweld yr cyhoeddiad ddoe ynglyn â hyb trafnidiaeth 180 miliwn i Gaerdydd, bydde sawl ardal yng Nghymru yn licio gweld y math yna o buddsoddiad. Mae rhaid i ni gadw, wrth gwrs, buddsoddiad trwy Gymru gyfan. Buddsoddiad mewn sefydliadau cenedlaethol. Hynny yw, yr amgueddfa bêl-droed ar gyfer Wrexham. Ran o Gymru sydd heb sefydliad diwylliannol cenedlaethol ddim wedi bod, a dyd y gwir, ers pan oedd Edward Owen ar ôl y Ryfel Byd Cyntaf am rai blynyddoedd yn rhedeg y Comisiwn Henebion o'i gatre yn Wrexham. Ers hynny, does na ddim sefydliad diwylliannol cenedlaethol wedi bod yn y gogledd ddwyrain, a dyw hynny ddim yn iach i'n cenedl ni, a wy'n falch o weld y commitment o ran cyfalaf i'r amgueddfa bêl-droed, fel bod ni'n gallu rhoi neges clir i bob ran o Gymru. Cymru, un cenedl ydyn ni, a mae angen, wrth gwrs, adlewyrchu hynny yn ein blaenoriaethau.
Neil Hamilton.
Well, I don't begrudge Plaid Cymru the opportunity to laud their influence upon the decisions made by the Finance Secretary at all. I totally agree with Adam Price's statement that where one can agree with other parties, it's very desirable that it should do. And, of course, I've spent a fair share of my years in politics opposing very vigorously the policies both of Plaid Cymru and the Labour Party and the Liberal Democrats. But I'm very happy to work together on various things too, and that's a good thing. And this budget is the first one which begins to join the dots, of course, and connect, therefore, revenue raising with expenditure, and that will lead, I hope, to more responsible government and to an enhanced reputation for this Assembly. And I strongly support my Plaid Cymru friends' work over the years to bring about more devolution of taxes in Wales. I'm very much in favour of that, because that does give us then the opportunity to have real budget debates in this place where priorities will differ between the different parties. The debates in the past have all been about how do we spend the money that we're given. We can't influence the size of the pot in the first place, and tax policy in future will increasingly inform these debates, which is an excellent thing. I said in the last debate that actually what we're talking about here today is quite a small portion of the total budget, because most of the budget is not discretionary, has to be spent on health, education and big budget items. Plaid Cymru have managed to secure their priorities for about 500 million of it, and I very strongly support the things that they want to spend the money on, particularly on the Welsh language. I think that's a vital necessity to help to achieve the government's objective of 1 million Welsh speakers by 2050. But there is a certain air of unreality about these budget debates, which the Finance Secretary again perpetuated today by starting off by talking about austerity. Anybody would think that the government at Westminster has actually been cutting the amount of government spending in the last 7 years, whereas the truth of the matter is that government spending has doubled in total in the last 7 years. The national debt is now approaching £2 trillion. I hope the Chancellor of the Exchequer is going to provide the money for a very large party for us all when we do actually hit that £2 trillion figure. It would mean that we could all celebrate it with him. The idea that this Conservative government has pursued a policy of austerity is absolute nonsense. And the Chancellor has recently relaxed the date yet again when he aims to balance the budget. And between now and 2021-22, government spending is planned to rise by 30 billion over the plans that were laid out just a few years ago. Of course, we could all follow the policies of the governments of Zimbabwe and Venezuela by taking the brakes off spending altogether and spend as though tomorrow never comes. But the trouble with socialism is, of course, eventually you run out of other people's money to spend, which has been the experience of the Wilson governments in the 60s and 70s and the Callaghan government. I give way, of course, to my
Well, I was saying, of course, that Franklin Delano Roosevelt did exactly that, the New Deal, which got America out of the recession.
Yes. Well, what brought America really out of the recession, of course, was the war. Well, there are various ways. There are various ways in which you can raise economic activity, but I don't think that war is necessarily the most attractive of the options. Tomorrow does eventually come. We're spending £50–60 billion a year on debt interest in the UK. If we take Wales's proportion of that, that may be £2 billion a year. Would we rather spend £2 billion a year extra on the health service or on the holders of the national debt? Actually, what the government has done is to nationalise a great part of the national debt in the last few years, because the Bank of England has actually been buying the bonds from the private sector, and monetisation of the national debt of that kind cannot continue indefinitely without the same kind of inflationary implications which have consumed countries like Venezuela or Zimbabwe. Although I think the government is wrong nationally in Westminster in many of its priorities, their overall policy on public expenditure, in my view, has been lax, not austere. And they've been stoking up problems for the future. We make a great song and dance in this place about the Future Generations Act, and I think it's a very good thing in principle to think of the impact of our decisions today upon the generations to come. And what we are doing, of course, is to shuffle off the cost of repayment of the debts that we are incurring today on future generations. And I don't think that future generations will thank us for that. But of course, they don't have votes today, so we don't need to worry about it. And we won't be here when they do vote. At least I won't be. They're unlikely. But you know, I think an air of responsibility is one which we should have in any budget debate. And sadly, I fear for the future if the kind of speech which the Finance Secretary has made today, when the Welsh Government really does have the ability to raise taxes and to make spending decisions and to make borrowing decisions over a much greater area than it now has the power to do, fall to be made, because that way, I think, lies the kind of economic ruin which has consumed so many Labour governments in my lifetime.
Vicky Howells.
Diolch, Llywydd. I'm speaking today in support of the final budget as laid down by the Finance Secretary last month. This budget shows the commitment of the Welsh Government to invest in the vital public services communities across Wales rely on. This achievement is rendered even more remarkable when we remember the damaging impact of the current UK Government's policies. Tory obsession with their failed austerity agenda, supplemented by their economic mismanagement and their bewildering approach to Brexit, has inflicted lasting damage on our economy. The consequence of this has been a decade of decline in the money available to Welsh Government for investment in Welsh public services. Tory decisions in Westminster mean that this has shrunk in real terms by 7% between 2010 to 2011 and 2019 to 2020. That's over £1 billion less for Welsh schools, hospitals and communities. If we explore some of the detail of this Welsh Government budget, the contrast is further strengthened. As a former teacher, education spending is important to me. I welcome the maintenance of the Pupil Development Grant, which I know firsthand strengthens interventions to support both looked-after children and those eligible for free school meals. Similarly, the Welsh Government is putting its money where its mouth is, not just talking about school standards, but earmarking £50 million to drive this up. The extra £40 million for 21st century schools is also an important badge of the Welsh Government's commitment to our young people. I'm proud that Cynon Valley is the constituency that has benefited most to date from this policy, with wide-ranging improvements to primary and secondary schools, including many new builds, and also a brand new FE College campus. Some may say that schools are just bricks and mortar, but learning environment really does impact upon achievement, and I will allow our young people every opportunity to aspire to achieve to their best. I'm sure I do not need to remind members of the vandalism caused in England by Michael Gove when he scrapped building schools for the future. Two different paths in government, two different stories of investment in education. Similarly, the Welsh Government has allocated additional funding to deliver infrastructural improvements and policies that will strengthen our economy and ensure Wales can compete in the years ahead. The £173 million from reserves for the South Wales Metro offers us the potential to transform our public transport network. The creation of the Welsh Development Bank and extra capital investment for Superfast Cymru is also crucial to our economic performance. In contrast, the Tories in Westminster are again failing Wales, as shown, for example, by their inactivity on the Swansea Bay Tidal Lagoon and their reneging on railway electrification. I also want to take a moment to talk about the interventions included in the Welsh budget for supporting people. I know there's been much discussion around this grant, so I welcome the Welsh Government's commitment to continuing this funding. I met with a service user group organised by Supporting People National Advisory Board just yesterday and have visited several projects in my constituency, so I know just how crucial this line of funding is. Elsewhere,
I'm very grateful, and I agree with her, and I've met also Supporting People projects, and I think we share a similar value in ensuring that the money is available. She knows there's been some confusion or discussion at least around how the money gets spent. Does she at least agree that we need to monitor now how the money is spent to make sure that it is being used for the purpose of tackling these real issues in our communities?
Well, what I would say in reply to that is that we're currently doing an investigation in the Public Accounts Committee, and we've taken evidence from members of the WLGA who say that removing this ring fence will actually allow more flexible levels of support. So I do think it's something that we need to really keep an eye on, but I don't think there's undue cause for concern at this stage. Elsewhere, interventions around homelessness, domestic violence and childcare are important social policies. The impact of UK government economic incompetence and calculated callousness caused by policies like universal credit and the public sector pay cap have led to social problems such as the spike in food bank usage. Again, the Welsh Government and Welsh Labour are choosing to do things differently. I want to close by commenting on what I feel are some of the most exciting elements of the budget. These are the new land transaction and landfill disposals taxes. With both, it is good to see the Welsh Government seizing the chance to use its newly devolved powers. In particular, proposals which will mean 65% of all home buyers in Wales will pay no land transaction duty are a real boon to working class communities across the country. I look forward to the future detailed work from the Finance Secretary on additional taxation proposals over the coming period. The Welsh Government, in developing these budget proposals, have demonstrated their commitment to getting the best deal for Wales, to supporting Welsh citizens, Welsh services and the Welsh economy. I am proud to support this budget today.
Mike Hedges.
Your flowers. While supporting the Welsh Government budget, I acknowledge the budget is inadequate for the needs of Wales. As the Cabinet Secretary said during his speech, with between 1.1 billion and 4 billion less in expenditure than we actually should have if we'd even just stayed level in one case in cash terms, in the other in terms of not, and the other one with real terms increases in line with the movement of the economy. So we can either move with the economy, or we could be just moving with the way things are going. And we haven't, and we're short of this money. And it would be an entirely different budget today if the Cabinet Secretary had somewhere between that 1.1 billion and that £4 billion to distribute. We'd have a better debate, because we'd be saying, should we increase health by more, or should we increase education by more, or should we increase social services by more? Which I think is a debate we'd all be enjoy having, instead of saying, well, when we're going to give more money, certainly, when we give more money to health, then we're going to have to take money off local government. Certainly.
Of course, I understand why opposition members are making this point. You have every right to make it, and they certainly have every right to. Wishful thinking. I'd certainly Plaid have every right to make it. But, you know, Labour fought the 2010 manifesto on pretty much the same financial projections that are accepted by the Conservative Party. You did fight the 2015 election on a slightly different basis, but not radically different in terms of the amount that's spent. Now, in 2017, obviously, you did fight very differently. But, you know, we wouldn't be in a radically different position if we'd followed, if there'd been a Labour UK government re-electing in 2010. So this point is a little odd in my view.
Well, I think if we'd had Jeremy Corbyn and John McDonnell elected in 2017, I don't think anybody in this room doesn't think we'd have a radically different budget. The block grant from the Tories in Westminster is inadequate. As the year progresses, I expect the Conservatives, of course, to call for more money for health, more money for education, and oppose any cutback that have been forced upon local authorities by the reduction in their block grants, while facing increasing need for social care and children's services. Austerity is a failing as an economic policy. It's always failed as an economic policy. Tried many times, failed every time. And can we go back to, we talk about history, that Neil Hamilton was. Let's talk about what happened in Chile when we had the extreme right-wing government there. And what did they do? They followed the Chicago school. They did exactly what they said in terms of cutting back, and they took their economy to the brink of extinction. It's an ideology: shrink the state sector, reduce public expenditure, reduce public services, make people who can financially afford it use the private sector. And again, we don't distinguish between capital and revenue. Capital expenditure is good. It's good for the economy, and it's what people do in their own lives. I think that's one of the issues that we used to have Margaret Thatcher telling us about. You have to run the economy like a housewife. Well, people do. They borrow for cars. They borrow for their mortgages on money they can afford to pay back. I mean, why we have not got at the Welsh Government the same powers that exist by every local authority in Britain, including Rutland, to borrow prudentially. Our limit is set by the Chancellor. I mean, the rules we work under are more severe than those of any local authority in England, Wales or Scotland. I think that we need additional money. The health service needs some additional money, but it keeps on having additional money, and because we don't have additional money into the system, I mean, Michael Trickey of the PPIW recently identified when he will get to 60% of the total expenditure in Wales. I asked him if he'd tell us when it was 100%. He did, but it's sometime around about 2050. The more people into hospital is treated as a sign of success. We need to reduce demand. We need to promote positive lifestyle choices. No smoking, increased exercise, reduce obesity level and drug taking. Also improve housing quality, improve diet and increase social care. That will help. And just take one thing like type 2 diabetes, where one of the major causes is being overweight or obese. We need a campaign driven by primary care professionals to actually try and get people to, if they've got type 2 diabetes, to go on a diet in order that they can get their weight down and stop having it. And finally, I'd like to highlight just one thing, that the Natural Resources Wales, I mean, is it adequately funded? Is it funded enough to be able to carry out all the functions it's being asked to? If it isn't, then there's two choices: give it more money or ask it to do less.
Jane Hutt.
In the draft budget debate, I commended the Welsh Labour Government's support for social care over the past 8 years of austerity and reducing budgets, and I'm glad to start by focusing on that priority again today. And I think it's worth reminding and recording again today and reminding members that health and social services spend in Wales is 8% higher than in England. I think in the context of this final budget debate today, it has been useful to have the report and statement on the parliamentary review of health and social care, showing opportunities for transforming our health and social care provision in Wales. And it was good to hear the positive comments from the review team. Wales has got good things happening, Prudent Healthcare, Social Services and Wellbeing Act as examples. And I've spoken of my support for the Integrated Care Fund, which actually was crafted by parties across, certainly 3 parties across this chamber. But the ICF stands at 50 million. It's sustained in this budget, increase in capital. And this fund actually, I think, does help to provide the seamlessness that is needed at the point of using services, which, of course, the review is talking about. I just want to mention the involvement of the third sector in the delivery of the Integrated Care Fund, clearly contributing to the preventative agenda, as shown in Glamorgan Voluntary Services.
Thanks, Jane, for giving way. I agree with what you say about the Future Generations legislation. I think, in principle, it's a great piece of legislation, but the Finance Committee did have major problems in improving how actually the budget was really being affected by the Future Generations legislation, and vice versa. I know if Steffan Lewis was here, he'd probably be making that point, so I make it for him. But would you agree with me that that needs improvement?
Well, it was very helpful when we met with the Future Generations Commissioner that she looked at examples, very practical examples of, for example, the preventative agenda, and pointed to the Integrated Care Fund as part of that, fitting very well into the aims of the Future Generations Act. But I just continue to say that as a result of third sector engagement, we've got co-location of a third sector service with the Vale Community Resource Centre at Barry Hospital, and that results in streamlining of referrals and social prescribing. And of course, this is the examples that we need to give, which also will help respond to the review. But I was also, it is very important that we address the question of who pays for social care, and I was pleased that the Cabinet Secretary included Professor Jerry Holtham's proposal to explore a levy to support social care as part of the 4
new tax ideas, and I hope this would be pursued, even if it isn't the new tax option that will be tested with the UK government. And Jerry, of course, commented recently on this in the context of increased spending on the NHS and the pressures. Cabinet Secretary has made housing a priority in his draft budget plans, approved by Assembly, of course, and in the draft budget, but of course additional capital and revenue investment, including 20 million to tackle homelessness, and I do welcome the additional 10 million to target youth homelessness. Again, a clear priority of this Welsh Labour Government, and this budget is about priorities and principles, and I'd like to commend the Finance Secretary on his approach to our new fiscal powers. It's good to learn that the impact of these new fiscal powers provides an additional £70 million revenue as a result of the permanent funding floor and £30 million as a result of decisions taken with regard to income from devolved taxes. Capital spending will also receive a boost as a result of our extended borrowing powers. And also, of course, we have that welcome capital injection announcement today. When we received evidence from the OBR Director, Robert Chotin, in the Finance Committee in December, he commented positively on the approach taken by the Welsh Government in setting the rates and bands of the new Land Transaction Tax. And he, of course, following the announcement by the Cabinet Secretary that more home buyers will benefit from his changes to land transaction tax, with people buying homes in Wales for less than £180,000 paying no tax under the changes to LTT when the tax is devolved in April. And Robert Choate reflected on Wales nudging the system more in a progressive direction. And this is consistent with the Cabinet Secretary's aim to make tax fairer and contribute to a more equal Wales. And I welcome this evidence of putting principles into practice with our important new tax fiscal powers in Wales. So I want to finish by adding to the statements made by the Cabinet Secretary and colleagues today on the fiscal impacts of austerity. It's disabled people, single parents and women been amongst the biggest losers under 7 years of austerity. And since the coalition government imposed austerity in 2010, of course, we resisted those very early cuts, but those cuts have risen to over £1 billion over the past 8 years. This Welsh Government has provided a shield in Wales to mitigate against austerity and the cuts. So the Cabinet Secretary has unveiled a new budget for Wales, reflecting the Welsh Government's new tax and borrowing powers. He's using these new powers to deliver the priorities which will benefit health, social care, education and housing, and underpin the economy in a fair and robust way, and I commend this budget.
Neil McAvoy.
Diolch, Llywydd. I've already made it clear I'm voting against Labour's broken budget. This is a budget from a party that's out of touch and needs to be out of government. We've all seen over the past few months the kind of party that you are. Our proud nation is being dragged through your mess, and it has to stop. You like to try to convince people that you're a party of kinder, gentler politics. But what am I being asked to vote for here? More green fields around Cardiff to be trashed. More trees to be chainsawed in Roath Brook in an unnecessary flood prevention. More environmental sites around Newport to be tarmacked over. More millions being lost on the very questionable land and business deals. With this budget, can we go to the people in Blaenau Gwent, in Gwynedd, Merthyr and the Rhondda and say that this is a real and serious plan to improve living standards? It seems everyone else has forgotten those areas since the Conservatives pulled the rug from under their feet. And are we finally going to do something about it with this budget? Can we take this budget to Welsh-speaking communities and say that this is going to celebrate and protect our language properly? Can we take this budget to entrepreneurs and say, be creative, make your good idea happen, grow into successful companies? The answer is no. This is a broken budget from a broken government. It doesn't fix the genuine problems people have. It won't lead to an end to the housing crisis. It won't put food on people's tables. It won't end talented people having to leave Wales to make their fortune. If we had a sovereign parliament, we could have a government making laws in all areas for Wales and in the interests of everyone in Wales. That's the real solution. A sovereign Welsh Parliament legislating in the Welsh national interest. And when that day comes, we'll really see change. Diolch yn fawr.
Galwaf yr ysgrifennydd y Cabinet dros gyllid I ymateb i'r ddadl. Mark Drakeford.
Diolch yn fawr, Dipyn. Well, budget debates are always interesting for the way that they expose ideological differences across the floor of the Chamber. I think we all remember Neil Hamilton's contribution, a man for whom austerity has not nearly gone far enough, who regards the UK government as lily-livered and living in an era of gross over-expenditure, and in which every investment the government can make becomes a drain on future generations. I wish he could have met the pensioner who came to my surgery in Ely just before Christmas to explain to me that the house she lived in had been built 100 years ago by a government after the First World War determined to build homes for heroes to live in. But the road that she used to get back and forth to it was a road created by public expenditure, that the electricity, the gas and the water that she relied on was only there because earlier generations had decided to invest in the infrastructure that allowed her to go about her daily life. But when she'd been ill before Christmas, she'd been treated in a hospital which earlier generations had laid down. That when she'd left hospital and had been told that she needed to take exercise, she was able to go to a leisure centre built by a Labour council here in Cardiff 30 years ago, and that when her grandson will go to a secondary school in Ely, it will be to a new secondary school produced by this government. For all of those things, the future of her children will matter. For Mr Hamilton, every one of those things was a waste and something that is a drain.
If the Finance Secretary is giving way, that is a complete perversion of the argument that I made in my speech. Not that any of those things are undesirable, it's just that we have to live within our means in the real world, and you can't forever and a day borrow to pay for things which you can't afford.
But everything that I have mentioned was created by borrowing. All of those things relied upon the willingness of previous generations to borrow, to invest in the future that we enjoy today, and we have a similar obligation to do that for the people who will come after us. Now, I don't suppose that Nick Ramsey, for a minute, goes along with the arguments that Mr Hamilton put out, but he doesn't know how to respond to the investment that this government makes in the health service. He can't make up his mind whether he wants to welcome it or whether he wants to say that the money isn't being used wisely. He wants to complain about severe cuts to local government in Wales, where in fact budgets in local government are going up under the budget that's in front of this Assembly this afternoon. And he asks us to celebrate the investments made by the Chancellor on the 22nd of November. And, of course, we're determined to use every penny that we get from the Chancellor as wisely as we can. But the capital money that came to us on the 22nd of November leaves us only 20% lower than we were a decade ago, rather than a third lower than we were before he stood up.
For giving way. I welcome the money that was coming to the Welsh Government from the UK Government, as you did yourself in your written statement. So I was just pointing out that your speech was overtly negative. I'm all for a sense of balance, and I know you agree with that, Cabinet Secretary. But I would appreciate that you recognise the difference between real terms increases and cash terms increases. They're quite different.
Of course, however, I welcome the fact that we are only 20% worse off rather than 30% worse off, and that's why we're determined to make the best use we can of every penny that we have. Ar ochr arall, y siambr wrth cwrs dwi'n croesawu beth wedodd Adam Price. Wrth cwrs ni'n yma i gweithio dy gilydd mewn ysbryd adeiladol pan ni'n eisiau neud wahaniaeth i bobl yma yng Nghymru. Dyna'r y ffordd bobl gyda syniadau am y dyfodol yn gallu dod dy gilydd pan ni'n gallu gweithio ar pethau ble ni'n gallu weld ar effaith maen nhw'n mynd i cael yn y dyfodol. Dwi'n edrych ymlaen i trafod yn y dyfodol gyda Steffan Lewis, y manylion ar y gronfa i paratoi am Brexit, a gweithio dy gilydd i weld sut ni'n gallu defnyddio ar arian na mewn ffordd fwy effeithiol. Can I also welcome, of course, what Vicky Howells, Mike Hedges and Jane Hutt said, each one of them illustrating the fact that what this budget sets out to achieve makes a difference in the daily lives of people in all parts of Wales. It's a budget, as Jane Hutt said, a budget for priorities and principles. The progressive principles of this government, the priorities of the people here in Wales. It's a budget which I hope this Assembly will endorse this afternoon.
Cwestiwn yw a ddylid derbyn y cynnig. A oes unrhyw aelod yn gwrthwynebu? Gwrthwynebu. Felly, gohiriaf y bleidlais ar yr eitem yma tan y cyfnod pleidleisio. Yr eitem nesaf yw'r gorchymyn ar drethu anomestig lluosydd Cymru 2018 a dwi'n galw'r ysgrifennydd Cabinet dros gyllid i wneud y cynnig Mark Drakeford.
Diolch yn fawr. Llawyr cynigaf i gymrydwyo gorchymyn reoliadau ar drethu anomestig lluosydd Cymru 2018. Mae'r gorchymyn yn gosod y lluosydd ar drethu anomestig at ddibenion 2018 i 19. Rwyf yn cydnabod a bu amser cyfyngedig i aelodau ystyried y gorchymyn. Roedd hyn yn angenreidiol oherwydd amseriad cyhoeddiad yr ganghellwr yng nghyllideb yr Hydref i gyflymu a'i cynlluniau i gynyddu'r lluosydd yn Lloegr gan ddefnyddio mynegau prisiau defnyddwyr, CPI yn hytrach na mynegau prisiau manwerthu RPI. The UK government had previously set out its intention to change the measure of inflation used to calculate the multiplier in England from RPI to CPI from the 1st of April 2020. These plans were brought forward to the 1st of April 2018 in the autumn budget. The Welsh Government was not informed of this change of plan ahead of the announcement, and we've had to consider fully the costs and implications of adopting a similar approach for Wales before making a decision to change the basis for calculating the multiplier in Wales, preparing the necessary instrument and bringing it before the National Assembly this afternoon. The order needs to be approved before there can be a vote on the Local Government Finance Report, and the debate on the Local Government Finance Report had already been scheduled for today. I'm very grateful to the Constitution and Legislative Affairs Committee for its early consideration of the multiplier order, which has enabled us to debate it today. The committee noted the short timeframe for the consideration of the order, but also noted that it was quite short and straightforward. If I could have avoided the tight timescales, Llywyd, I would certainly have wished to do so. The committee also raised a merits point relating to a figure cited in the explanatory note to the order, and the order which is not referred to in the explanatory memorandum. I apologise, of course, for this omission and accept the view of the committee that a fuller explanation would have been helpful in describing the overall effects of the order. A delay, however, in approving the order would mean postponing consideration of the Local Government Finance Report, with obvious consequences for the budget planning of local authorities. It would also result in avoidable uncertainty for non-domestic ratepayers in Wales, giving them less time to prepare for their plans for next year. The non-domestic rating multiplier order for 2018 will set the multiplier for 2018-19, using the Consumer Prices Index rather than the Retail Prices Index as the basis for calculating the multiplier. This will have the effect of limiting increases in all non-domestic rates bills for the next financial year. Businesses in Wales will benefit by £9 million in the coming financial year and £22 million in 1920, as we intend to adopt the same approach for future years, bringing forward an order for the Assembly's consideration in 2019-20. Llywydd mae adreth i anomestig wedi datganoli i raddau helaeth, daw hyn a chyfleoedd a chyfrifoldebau. Fel arall, byddai defnyddio'r CPI yn hytrach na'r RPI i gyfrifo lluosydd yn gyfyngu at y cynnydd mewn biliau gyfraddau a byddai treithdalwyr yn ei wynebu fel arall. Bydd y newid yn helpu busnesau a threithdalwyr eraill yng Nghymru tra'n cynnal llif sefydlog o revenue treth ar gyfer gwasanaethau lleol. Caiff y newid a'i ariannu llawn gan Llywodraeth Cymru. Nid fydd unrhyw effaith ar y cyllid sydd ar gael i Lywodraeth leol o ganlyniad i'r biliau is ar gyfer iddo anomestig. Rwyf felly yn gofyn i'r aelodau cytuno i gymeradwyo'r gorchymyn heddiw.
Gadeirydd y Pwyllgor Materion Cyfansoddiadol a Deddfwriaethol, Mick Antonydd.
The Constitutional Legislative Affairs Committee, as has been mentioned by the Cabinet Secretary, considered this instrument at our meeting on the 8th of January. We reported 2 merit points identified under Standing Order 21.3. The first point considered by the committee is that the order was laid before the Assembly on the 4th of January 2018. The committee usually has 20 days from the date of laying the report on statutory instruments. The committee was asked in correspondence by the Cabinet Secretary to report on the order before today to allow for the order to be approved by resolution of the National Assembly ahead of the Assembly's consideration of the Local Government Finance Report for the financial year beginning on the 1st of April, as the Cabinet Secretary has reported. In effect, due to the committee's meeting schedule, this meant that we only had 4 days after the order was laid to consider this instrument. We do, importantly, acknowledge the time pressures on the Welsh Government as a result of the delayed autumn statement and the action needed to get to this point before the Assembly is able to agree the Local Government Finance Report by the required deadline. We are also aware of the serious consequences should this not happen. However, this has meant a greatly reduced timescale for the committee to consider and report on this instrument. As the order was relatively short and straightforward, we were able to meet the Welsh Government's request. Nevertheless, I would encourage the Government to give the committee as much notice as possible where it would like us to scrutinise statutory instruments within a shorter deadline than is provided for in standing orders. Secondly, the order specifies the new multiplier figure and is explained in the explanatory note. However, this number is not referred to at all in the explanatory memorandum, which is a separate document intended to explain the intentions of the instrument. Given this figure is so crucial, it is our view that the explanatory memorandum accompanying this order could have been more helpful in explaining the effect of the order.
Adam Price.
Mae Plaid Cymru yn cydymdeimlo gyda chynnwys technegol y gorchymyn hwn I raddau hiraeth, sef y bwriad I newid y mesur chwyddiannol sy'n cael ei ddefnyddio mwyn cyfrifo lluosydd adreth I busnes hynny yw newid I CPI yn ytrach nag RPI. Ac rydym I ni wedi bod yn galw am hynny ers peth amser. Ond o edrych ar y darlun ehangach, pan ni'n edrych ar y memorandum esboniadol sydd am o'n I yn unig Saesneg ar y llaw, I chi'n esbonio mae pwrpas y gorchymyn hwn yw cefnogi twf economaidd a lleihau'r baich drethiannol ar y fusnesau a treithdalwyr anomestig eraill yng Nghymru. Chi hefyd yn gweud bod chi'n anelu sicrhau nad ydy busnesau yng Nghymru o dan anfantais o'i gymharu â rannau eraill o'r Deyrnas Unedig. Wel, y sefyllfa yw, wrth gwrs, mae busnesau bach yng Nghymru o dan anfantais o'i gymharu â rannau eraill o'r Deyrnas Unedig, oherwydd pa bynnag y gyfrannau mesur chwyddiant sydd yn cael ei defnyddio yng Nghymru, mae bodoledd un lluosydd ar gyfer pob busnes, mawr neu bach, yn golygu bod busnesau bach dan anfantes. Yn yr Alban a Lloegr mae lluosydd gwahanol ar gael mwyn adrethu busnesau mawr a bach. A mae hwn yn golygu wedyn ni bod yna modd sicrhau elfen fwy o degwch yn y system a drethu. Felly, oherwydd hynny, mi fyddwn ni yn symbolaidd, felly, yn pleidleisio yn erbyn y gorchymyn hwn, i ni yn timlo rwystredigaeth cynyddol gyda cyflymdra yn newid polisi yn y maes yma. Dyn ni, wrth gwrs, beth a beinydd fel aelodau cynulliad yn ymwybodol o'r rwystredigaeth sydd yn y gymuned fusnes gyda dreth sydd, wrth gwrs, yn dyddio nôl y canrifoedd, sydd ddim, a dyd y gwir, yn gymwys ar gyfer yr oes sydd ohoni. Dwi'n edrych ymlaen i barhau gyda trafodaethau adeiladol gyda'r ysgrifennydd cabinet mewn ffyrmau eraill o edrych ar ddiwygio ar lefel radical y dyd y gwir, gan gynnwys hyd yn oed iddymu'r dreth yma ac edrych ar opsiynau amgen. Ond tra bod ni dal yn trafod y fframaeth fel mae sydd yn anigonol, mae'r neu ofn yn yr achos yma bydd rhaid i Blaid Cymru gwrthwynebu'r gorchymyn yma fel pleidlais symbolaidd.
Nick Ramsey.
I wasn't going to speak in this debate because, as the Cabinet Secretary, knows, Welsh Conservatives will be supporting this instrument. However, inspired to do so by the comments made by Adam Price. Whilst I do have a measure of sympathy for the comments that you've just made, Adam, in terms of your long-standing commitment to change the whole business rate system in Wales and the desire to do something different here, I do feel that we are where we are in terms of the current system, and if, as I understand it correctly, we are talking about following the model across the border and moving from retail price index to CPI in the same way that's happening there, then I cannot see how, if you avoid doing that, you're going to inevitably cause a disadvantage for businesses here. And just because you feel they may be at a disadvantage at the moment, Adam Price, doesn't therefore mean that they wouldn't be at a greater disadvantage until the system was changed. So on that basis, Cabinet Secretary, you have the support of the Welsh Conservatives in this, but I would at the same time urge you to look further at greater measures that... right, I had two more words to say, but go for it.
Yeah. This is a strange case of role reversal, given the positions in the earlier debate. But surely what would happen if the government were to lose this vote is that they would have to take it away, listen to the comments that were made, and bring it back. And address the particular issue of the split multiplier that I referred to.
No, I think that we're talking at cross purposes here. I think that in terms of the wider issue of business rates and unfairness that exists currently within Wales, I agree with that. However, we do have a situation of a change across the border. There is, I believe, a Barnett consequential that is going to come to the... Well, perhaps the Cabinet Secretary can say what that consequential will be that will come here, which is then going to be used in Wales to support businesses. I think that's the situation, and that is certainly one that the Welsh Conservatives would support. However, I was going to finish before your intervention, Adam, by saying that I do hope this doesn't stop you looking at the broader issue of business rates and greater ways that you can support businesses in Wales, and also taking into account the views of Plaid Cymru that perhaps over the next few years you could look at coming up with a radically different system. But in the current interim, I want to see that financial support through a Barnett consequential coming to support Welsh businesses in Wales, and I think businesses will want that as well.
Galwodd yr ysgrifennydd y Cabinet dros gallu di ymateb i'r ddadl.
Diolch yn fawr. Llywelyn, can I repeat my thanks to the Constitutional and Legislative Affairs Committee for its work. We've accepted the merit points made in its report, and grateful to the committee for recognising the time pressures, which are not of our own making and are a direct result of the awkwardness that we discussed during the debate on the final budget, of having a major UK fiscal event halfway through our own budget-making processes. Of course, I agree with Adam Price that it is important to take a more fundamental look at the way in which money is raised in this part of our budget, and he will know, because we've discussed it, that there is work in hand inside the Welsh Government to test in a practical way whether there are alternative ways of raising revenue of this sort in the Welsh context. Does that mean that it is right to vote against the proposal in front of the Assembly this afternoon? Well, I don't think so. Of course, my belief is that if the vote is lost, the effect is that businesses in Wales next year will see their bills rise in line with RPI, not CPI, because we have to get on and make the local government budget. We wouldn't be able to come back with alternative proposals in time for next year. And would I be tempted to come back with alternative proposals that included a split multiplier? I don't think I would, Llywyd. It's one of the advantages of our system. Businesses tell us that they don't have the complexity of split multipliers, particularly when the split multiplier would apply to a very small number of large businesses and would not, I think, raise revenue of a sort that will make a material difference to others. What we do plan to do and propose to the National Assembly is that we do not place Welsh businesses in a different position than businesses across our border who will see their bills in this area grow more slowly than they would in Wales if the vote today were not to be supported. I confirm for Nick Ramsey that there was a consequential in the autumn budget that comes to Wales. We will apply that consequential to pay for the change that we are proposing to you today. Welsh businesses using that consequential will be £9 million better off next year than they otherwise would be, £22 million better off in the following year than they otherwise would be. You can vote symbolically if you like, but for Welsh businesses, the price of your symbol is to be £30 million worse off than they otherwise would be.
Cwestiwn yw o ddylid derbyn y cynnig, a oes unrhyw aelod yn gwrthwynebu? Gohiriaf y bleidlais ar yr eitem yma, felly tan y cyfnod pleidleisio, sy'n dod yn ni at eitem 6, sef setliad Llywodraeth Leol 2018-19, a dwi'n galw ar yr ysgrifennydd Cabinet dros Llywodraeth Leol i wneud y cynnig Alun Davies.
Diolch yn fawr, Llywyd. I'd like to continue to, in the same tone and approach that the Cabinet Secretary for Finance has adopted over the debates this afternoon, in rooting our budget for local government in our values, our principles, where we stand and the approach that we wish to take. Presiding Officer, this is a budget that is rooted in a belief in local government. It is rooted in the belief that local government is valued by both this government and by people across Wales. We want to work alongside local authorities to protect and enhance public services, to value public servants, workers, and to ensure that the place of local government in our budgets reflects these values and these principles. The Finance Secretary, in introducing the government's budget earlier this afternoon, outlined how austerity has undermined our ability to protect these services. But within this context, we will continue to invest in local government and in local services. Next year, local authorities in Wales will receive over £4.2 billion in general revenue funding. This is an increase of 0.2% compared with the current financial year and the second increase in the settlement for local government in as many years. Presiding Officer, we believe that this is a realistic settlement that will continue to protect local services from significant cuts against a background of reduced funding. The Welsh Government has protected funding for local government in recent years, and this settlement is no different. As a result, current spending on local services in Wales has increased by over 4% between 2010 and 11 and 2017 and 18 in cash terms. In England, it has decreased by 12%, and that is the real example of how this government seeks to value public service, value public servants, and value local government. The distribution reflects the most up-to-date assessment of relative need based on a wealth of information about the demographic, physical, economic and social characteristics of every authority in Wales. In preparing the final settlement, I have given careful consideration to the responses I received to the consultation on the provisional settlement which closed on the 21st of November. This settlement provides councils with a robust basis for their financial planning for the coming financial year. Compared with a provisional settlement announcement, the final settlement includes an additional £20 million as a result of the Welsh Government's final budget allocations. Also, the final settlement includes a further £7 million to support the increase to the capital limit in charging for residential care to £40,000 commencing in April 2018. In addition, the final settlement provides an additional £1.3 million of funding to local authorities for them to use their discretionary powers to provide targeted relief to support local businesses which would benefit most from additional assistance. Within the settlement, we are prioritising funding for essential public services such as education and social care. Whilst there is no ring fencing on any specific element of a settlement, I am prioritising funding for schools through £62 million in 2018 and 19 and a further £46 million in 2019 to 2020 within the settlement to provide and to maintain the Welsh Government's contribution and enable authorities to maintain core spending on schools at current levels in both those years. Similarly, for social care, I am prioritising funding through £42 million in the next financial year and a further £31 million in 2019 to 20 within the settlement to maintain the Welsh Government's contribution and to enable local authorities to maintain core spending on social care at current levels in both those years. This reflects our recognition of the need to invest and to continue to invest in social care. As well as the funding I have already highlighted, this settlement provides an additional £6 million to support the delivery of local services to meet homelessness prevention duties on top of the £6 million built into the settlement in the current financial year. Alongside the settlement, we are providing £600,000 to support local government to stop charging for child burials. This recognises and builds upon the positive steps already taken by many councils in Wales and puts in place a fair and consistent approach across Wales. Finally, over £800,000 of additional funding outside of the settlement has been included to ensure that no authority sees a reduction greater than 0.5% compared to the current general revenue funding allocation. Local government has continually asked for dehypothecation of specific grants, and in line with the direction of travel of previous ministers, I have sought to continue this trend and will be looking to transfer further funding into the settlement in the future. The settlement reflects over £92 million worth of transfers into the baseline previously paid to local authorities through specific grants. This includes £35 million from the waste element of a single revenue grant, £27 million of funding previously provided via the Welsh Independent Living Grant, £19 million to support the Social Care Workforce Grant, £8 million to deliver the Looked After Children programme, £3 million for Carers Respite Care Grant and £391,000 additional funding for social care for prisoners in the secure estate. Of course.
I'm grateful. You mentioned the waste transfer grant, of course, that was taken from the portfolio of his fellow Cabinet Secretary and given directly to local authorities. It could be said that that's been one of the most successful direct grants of Welsh Government in driving very high recycling targets, and has been quite rightly praised by the Government itself as being one of the great successes in this field. What is he going to do to ensure that, though the principle of hypothecation is going, that these successes continue? Because there does seem to be some work to be done with some councils.
I am familiar with that point. Let me say this. It's been a success because local government and Welsh Government have worked together. I think in many ways it has demonstrated the power of a partnership, which is a real partnership working together, both in terms of funding, but also in working together to look for different solutions to ensure that we do continue to meet the recycling targets that we have set ourselves. I see no reason for that partnership not to continue. The fact that we are providing the funding in a different way shouldn't affect the results of that partnership and should enable us to continue working, but to do so in a way which also provides local government with the flexibility they require. The member will know of my personal commitment and the commitment of the Cabinet Secretary on these matters, and we will continue to work with local government to ensure that those targets are met in the future. I can give you that undertaking today. But we will also ensure that the total additional funding of annual funding, of over £285 million has been transferred into the settlement since 2011-2012. Alongside the settlement, Presiding Officer, I have published the latest information on Welsh Government grant schemes planned for 2018-19. This will assist local authorities in preparing their budgets for next year. The most up-to-date information on local authority capital funding has also been released. Overall, for next year, there's once again been no reduction to the general capital funding, which remains at £143 million. While the unhypothecated settlement is the largest single source of funding available to authorities, it is not the only one. In setting their budgets and council tax levels for next year, I expect every authority to take account of all of the available funding streams and to consider how to secure the best value for Welsh taxpayers through effective and efficient service provision. We offer considerable flexibility to authorities to exercise autonomy and responsibility in managing their finances. This is a fair settlement for local government within a very challenging circumstance and within a sometimes difficult context. The Finance Secretary this afternoon has expressed, I think, his own frustration with the situation that we find ourselves in, and the Welsh Government does not share the views expressed by the leader of UKIP this afternoon that austerity hasn't gone far enough or achieved all of his ambitions. For us, valuing public estate, public services, public service workers, we want to ensure that we provide excellence in public services for people across the whole of Wales, wherever they happen to meet. We will continue to work with public service workers, with local government and other partners to ensure that we're able to do that. We will do it on the basis of mutual respect and do it in a way that is rooted in our values today and in the future. Thank you very much.
Janet Finch-Saunders.
The Welsh Conservatives, of course, were delighted recently to welcome the announcement that Welsh local government revenue funding will receive an extra £31.5 million in 2018-19 and £61.7 million in 2019-20 as part of the Conservative UK Government's announcement of an additional £1.2 billion to Wales over the next 4 years. Wales is also benefiting, of course, from changes to the fiscal framework, meaning that for every pound spent in England, at least £1.20 will now be spent in Wales, something that 13 years of Labour rule in Westminster never achieved. However, we have seen no let-up for our hard-pressed council taxpayers or squeezed local government budgets, which now face real concerns over the lack of clarity over a number of funding streams. The ELGC committee report on the draft budget called for greater transparency in funding presentation. Welsh Government claims of an increase to social care budgets to £42 million in 2018-19, rising to £73 million in 2019-20, and, allegedly, an extra £62 million, increasing £208 million in funding support for school services, have been challenged by the Welsh Local Government Association, claiming it is already existing within the settlement, whilst the SSA for schools has only gone up by just £35 million. Pure rhetoric and spin by this Welsh Labour Government. Further, the Children, Young Peoples and Education Committee revealed that the so-called additional £62 million in reality amounts to just £1.5 million when taken into account the initial calculation for 2018-19 and the final allocated figure. Our committee, the ELGC, further calls for the Welsh Government to outline how it intends to monitor spend and outcomes in areas previously in receipt of grant funding, now incorporated into the RSG. Reductions of around £70 million in the cost of administering hypothetic grants are welcome. And to be fair, on these benches, we've called for a less complicated, less bureaucratic way of funding local government. However, Cymru have voiced concerns that without a distinct budget line, the Welsh Government simply cannot be held to account over how much actually is going to be spent on the Supporting People programme. Likewise, Bangor and District Women's Aid have stated that without ring fencing, they will not know how much is being spent on violence against women, domestic abuse and sexual violence. Clearly, there is a balance to be struck here between reducing hypothecation and retaining a transparent audit trail. So therefore, I will be interested in the Cabinet Secretary's ideas for how this can be achieved. The Welsh Government have stated that information will be collected through a suite of expenditure returns in the interest of transparency, scrutiny and accountability. So therefore, Cabinet Secretary, if you could advise as to when and where this data will be published and how you will report to the Assembly on this. Since 2013-14, local authorities have seen cuts of nearly £500 million in real terms. Cabinet Secretary, you've said before that you've never seen an alternative to the funding formula, yet we've been calling for years for a fundamental review and improved consideration of a number of particular areas. Demographics, particularly the needs of older people, given concerns raised by the Health Foundation in terms of future social services pressures and the need for adult social care funding needs to rise by 4% in real terms each year to cover this. Rurality. Again, our rural authorities have been badly let down. Why is the Labour government not prepared to help our rural authorities? They have borne, yet again, the biggest brunt of your cuts, with real-term losses of 14.5% to Powys, even before today's proposed settlement. Rural isolation and access to services is only partially addressed by the current sparsity factor. Therefore, again, we call for increased attention to be given to this element of the formula also. Finally, we do need to look at how local authorities are actually managing their finances. We can't dictate how they budget, but we can enable better public and democratic scrutiny of local authority spending and use of reserves. The ECLG Committee has called for a review of the implementation of the guidance on local government reserves, a call disappointingly rejected by this Welsh Government. Whilst our residents continue to face hefty year-on-year council tax rises, potentially 12.5% in Pembrokeshire, and high increases across Wales, whilst usable reserves have risen 7% since 2012 and represent 86% of total reserves, totalling over £1.4 billion. There is a clear mismatch, Cabinet Secretary, and I actually think that you have some sympathy with my thoughts on that. Clearly, Cabinet Secretary, we do look to you now to bring some sense to this ludicrous situation. Rhondda Cynon Taf alone has usable reserves of almost £150 million. A council tax increase for our residents of 187% since Labour came into power in Wales shows that Welsh Labour are more than happy to burden our householders, many on fixed incomes, rather than balance their own books here in Cardiff Bay.
Sian Gwenllian.
Ers 2010, mae awdurdodau lleol ledled Cymru wedi bod yn gweithio mewn hinsawdd ariannol hynod o anodd o ganlyniad i bolisi dinistriol llyfnder y toriaid. Mae hyn yn golygu fod gwasanaethau lleol wedi cael eu colli a phobl mwyaf bregus o fewn yn cymunedau sydd yn cael eu heffeithio fwyaf. Yn dilyn blynyddoedd o doriadau i gyllidebau awdurdodau lleol yng Nghymru, toriad o 1.4% yn 2016-17 a 3.4% yn 2015-16. Fel rhan o'r cytundeb ar gyfer y gyllideb flwyddyn dwytha, mi wnaeth Blaid Cymru sicrhau 25 miliwn ychwanegol ar gyfer ariannu awdurdodau lleol. O ganlyniad i'r cytundeb yma, yn 2017-18, mi wnaeth nifer o awdurdodau lleol Cymru weld cynnydd ariannol yn eu cyllideb am y tro cyntaf ers rai blynyddoedd. Ond, gweitha'r buddsoddiad ychwanegol hynny yn dilyn ffactorau eraill fel chwyddiant a phwysau sylweddol am fwy o wasanaethau ym maes gofal cymdeithasol, gweitha'r buddsoddiad ychwanegol, mi oedd y selliad hwnnw yn doriad mewn termau real i rai awdurdodau lleol. A dyna'r gwirionedd ar gyfer y flwyddyn yma hefyd. Mae'r setliad terwynol yn cynnwys cynnydd a gostyngiadau yn y cyllid ar gyfer awdurdodau lleol gwahanol, gyda 9 awdurdod yn wynebu toriad a 3 ar 10 awdurdodau yn gweld cynnydd o ryw fath mewn termau ariannol. Mae awdurdodau lleol wedi erbad dros 700 miliwn ers dechrau llyfnder yn 2010. Ond, mewn gwirionedd, dydy'r setliad yma dal ddim yn rhoi arian digonol i gynghora ar gyfer nifer o flaenoraethau'r llywodraeth, gan gynnwys codiad cyflog i weithwyr cyhoeddus o fewn awdurdodau lleol, a mae hyn yn golygu y bydd hi yn anoddach i gyflogi yn y sector gofal ac mewn gwasanaethau ar draws y bwrdd. Felly, fod y selliad yma yn llai niweidiol i awdurdodau na rhai blynyddoedd yn ôl, mae'n rhaid i'r Llywodraeth edrych i'r dyfodol ac meddwl am adeiladu dycnwch, gwydnwch a system fwy cynaladwy yn y ffordd maen nhw'n ariannu Llywodraeth leol. Enghraifft, fe gyhoeddodd y Llywodraeth wsos dwytha reoliadau cynlluniau gostyngiadau'r treth gyngor sydd yn werth £244 miliwn bob blwyddyn. Mae cynlluniau gostyngiadau treth cyngor yn hanfodol bwysig i bobl bregus Cymru wrth gwrs, ond drwy gyflwyno system decach o drethiant yn y lle cyntaf, hynny yw, gallwn fod mewn sefyllfa lle na fydda angen cynllun gostyngiadau treth cyngor, mor eang a phellgyreuddol a sgynnon ni ar hyn o bryd. Petai ni gallu cyflwyno system decach o drethiant, fydda ni yn gallu bod yn arbed arian yn y maes yna. Gall hyn ryddhau mwy o arian a gall gael ei ddefnyddio ar gyfer gwasanaethau rheng flaen o fewn yn cynghora lleol ni. Ac wrth gwrs, da ni gyd yn cydnabod ac yn gwerthfawrogi yn fan hyn bod hain yn wasanaethau holl bwysig ac mi da ni hefyd yn cydnabod yr gwaith diflino sydd yn digwydd gan staff yr cynghora lleol. Mi yda ni yn aml yn fan hyn yn brolio staff yr NHS ac yn amlwg mae eisiau gwneud hynny, ond mae rhaid cydnabod hefyd mae gweithwyr yn y sector gofal, mewn sectorau eraill hefyd o fewn yn cynghora lleol ni, hefyd yn gweithio dan gyfyngiadau parhaus ac mae'r gwaith diflino maen nhw'n wneud i'w ganmol ac mae hymrwymiad nhw i'r gwasanaethau maen nhw yn geisio i'w cyflenwi i bobl Cymru yn cael ei werthfawrogi gynnon ni gyd. Ond mae gweld y pwysau cynyddol yma sydd anyn nhw ar y staff yn dorcolonus, ond mae hefyd yn dorcolonus o styried mae'r bobl mwyaf bregus o fewn yn cymdeithas ni sy'n ddibynnol ar y gwasanaethau yma ac mae nhw yn y pen draw sydd yn cael ei effeithio wythag yn hyn i gyd. Oes, mae eisiau cael terfyn ar lymder. Wrth gwrs bod eisiau cael terfyn ar lymder erbyn hyn. Mae'n hollol amlwg nad ydy o'n gweithio yn un peth, heblaw mae'r holl effaith mae o'n gael ar yn cymunedau ni. Ond hefyd, mae angen i'r Llywodraeth yma gymryd cyfrifoldeb a derbyn cyfrifoldeb ar weithio ar ffyrdd newydd o greu systema sydd yn gytbwys ac yn gynaladwy i'r dyfodol. Diolch.
Jenny Rathbone.
Well, I agree with Chan Glentean that we need to look at new ways of dealing with the austerity budgets that the UK government hands down to us. But I want to just focus on the particular problems that Cardiff faces as a result of the way in which the Education Improvement Grant has been absorbed into the overall rate support grant. Because not only is our local authority having to cope with a reduction of 11% in the Education Improvement Grant, it is of great concern to me that the money that this local authority and other local authorities like, for example, Swansea and Newport, used to get for travellers and minority ethnic pupils has disappeared in a puff of smoke. And that is of huge concern because Cardiff is a dispersal centre for refugees, so we obviously are very pleased to accept a significant number of children who have absolutely no English when they arrive, but we obviously need to put in place the services to integrate them into our mainstream schools. So what was a modest 0.9% increase in the Education Improvement Grant, bearing in mind that we have an increasing population of young people in Cardiff, has turned into a small reduction in the overall Education Improvement Grant with the increasing numbers in the population of school children we have. That translates into a massive £4 million gap in Cardiff's education budget, and in one particular school in Fitzallen in Mark Drakeford's constituency, £400,000 will be lost. In other schools, it's going to be 6 or 7% of their total schools grant. So I do hope that the Cabinet Secretary for Local Government will give us some assurances that this money is going to be for those local authorities who actually are educating ethnic minority children, not for local authorities where there are almost no minority ethnic and traveller children. So I'd be grateful for some clarification on that.
Mike Hedges.
Give them a shock then. I mean, the two major areas of Welsh Government expenditure are health and local government. The downside of extra money for health has obviously been less money for local government. Local government finances are under pressure. Local councils have been forward-thinking and innovative in dealing with real-term cuts to their budgets. And as councils led by every different party, they've had to work hard to deal with incredibly difficult financial positions. Whilst real-term reductions in Wales have been substantially less than in England and less than in Scotland, they have created difficult decisions for councils to make. And as I've stated regularly, social care is under greater pressure than health in terms of finance. Without adequate social care, we end up with patients unable to be discharged from hospitals. We see that in England, where it has been stated at one time, one hospital in England had more delayed discharges than the whole of Wales. And also in England, we have seen wholesale closure of libraries. The English education system has become fragmented and chaotic. We in Wales have avoided this. In the provisional settlement, the Welsh Government guaranteed that no local authority will have to manage a reduction of more than 1%. The final settlement is better and ensures that no local authority in Wales have to manage a cut of more than 0.5% in cash terms. Although, of course, if it's a 0.5% cut in cash terms, it's going to be a much far larger cash cut in real terms. The final settlement represents an additional £28.3 million in funding for local authorities in Wales compared with the provisional local government settlement. And we've got to be happy with that in moving in the right direction. £20 million is for general use, £7 million to manifest commitment to increase the capital limit in charging for residential care, raising that to £40,000, commencing from April 2018. And I wonder how many people will be voting against increasing the limit for charging to £40,000. But when you vote against this, that's what you'll actually be doing. An additional £1.3 million funding to local authorities to use for their discretionary powers by targeted relief to support local businesses, which would benefit from additional assistance. An issue my local MP, Caroline Harris, has campaigned on for most of the last 2 years has been free child burials, and the £600,000 for that, which is allow council to do that, which is not a huge sum of money, but it will make a difference to people's lives, and for those people who have the huge misfortune to lose a child, they won't face the huge financial cost which will come alongside the tears and the upset of the death of a child. The death of a child is severe enough to a family, one that most of us hope will, or perhaps even all of us hope, will never happen to anybody we know or any of our family. Then really, when that has happened to somebody, giving them a financial pressure as well, I think is something that, ending that is something the Welsh Government deserves a pat on the back on. The local government formula can be easily changed. You just change the percentage numbers. But with no extra money, every local authority who gets more money will mean some other local authorities will get less. I mean, the formula is maybe... Yes, certainly.
How can you justify a situation where, for example, Flintshire in 19th position gets £368 less per head revenue local government than the best funded authority, Wrexham 18th, Conwy 15th, despite having the largest, oldest people population in Wales, even Anglesey, the poorest, or at least poorest part of Wales, 11th lowest funding. That is an unsustainable formula, surely.
Well, I'll tell you, if Mark Isherwood is asking, can we fund every local authority on exactly the same amount per head, on behalf of Swansea, I say yes, please. And I think there'd be people in Cardiff ecstatic about it. There'd be problems in other parts of Wales would be less happy. The formula means that it's driven by population. and population demographics with additional money for sparsity and deprivation. One of the problems with some local authorities who have been losing money is their population relative to the rest of Wales has been decreasing. Cardiff has done well this year because population relative to the rest of Wales has been increasing. And you know those people who say, we don't want any building in our area, we don't want any development? Well, you're going to then have the corollary of that is that you're not going to get as much money in local government settlements. Can I just say that look, Cardiff and Swansea do not get a penny for the regional services they provide. The settlements will leave local authorities with difficult decisions. Can I leave with two requests? One for the Welsh Government, and that is, can they free local authorities to set their own charges for planning applications? It is something which is set centrally. Some local authorities would want to charge more, some would want to charge less, and some would want to make planning a situation where it washes its face in terms of income and expenditure. The other one is, will people in this chamber stop complaining when local authorities make the cuts that we are forcing upon them by our real terms cuts in their expenditure, when they've got the huge pressure they've got on their budget, especially social care? I mean, people are going to vote against the budget today, but how many will be voting against the budget because they think more money should be going to local government and less to health?
Neil McAvoy.
Not so long ago, Cardiff's Labour Council closed my local youth centre. So now if you walk around my area, you'll see some people to my right in the Labour group are actually laughing at that statement, which is shameful. If you come, I'll declare an interest. I'm a Cardiff councillor. If you walk around my community, you will now see youngsters out on the streets, when at other times, previously, they would have found themselves in the youth centre, which the Labour Party closed. If you walk around the city centre, you will see more and more homeless people. More and more. The administration of which I was a deputy leader introduced taxi marshals because of the number of flashpoints and violent confrontations which arise out of disputes over taxi rides. We hear this week that in this city now taxi marshals will be abolished. The city centre will therefore be a less safe place, and it's going to be particularly difficult for differently abled people to catch taxis, and they already have a very, very difficult time. Services are more and more squeezed, and what's on offer? More of the same, year in, year out. Local government is not respected enough, and it's certainly not funded enough. Yeah, I look at these debates in this chamber, I look at how the government spends its money, the black routes, making consultants wealthy almost with the number employed, and the waste from this government is and has been enormous, and yet councils will suffer. Won't let councils completely off the hook, because if you look at many of the councils in Wales, they pay huge salaries, in excess of £100,000 to officials. You look at commissioners in Wales, the Future of Wellbeing Generations, for example, that whole department spends millions on what? I don't think anybody really knows. And there's a whole drive of outsourcing from the Labour Party, especially to private charities. Well, why not fund local government with democratically accountable councillors? Every single year, this government condemns councils up and down Wales. And it simply isn't right.
Galwaf ysgrifennydd y Cabinet dros Lywodraeth Leol a Gwasanaethau Cyhoeddus I ymateb i'r ddadl.
I'm grateful to you, Presiding Officer, and grateful to all members who have taken time to to contribute to the debate this afternoon. It's always important to consider how we both structure the funding and financing of local government, and also the relative priority given to local government within the overall Welsh budget. Can I say this? There is not simply respect and mutual respect for local government, in this Welsh Government, and I believe across the Chamber, in fact. There is also a wish and a want to work together, to collaborate together, to work in a real, not a pretended partnership together. The question from Simon Thomas during my opening remarks spoke to one of an area where we've been successful in achieving our ambitions. We've been successful not because local government succeeded or Welsh Government succeeded, because we succeeded together and we worked together. And that is what I want to see today and in the future. Can I say, Presiding Officer, I do listen to particularly Conservative spokespeople talking about the formula and talking about its relative weaknesses. But let me say this, Mike Hedges is absolutely right in his analysis. The formula can be changed. It can be changed. I've heard many Conservative members here arguing for a change in the formula. What I haven't heard is Conservative councillors arguing for that change in the formula. You know, I will say to the Conservative spokesperson, we had a meeting of the finance subgroup on the 14th of December where we met with local government to discuss this settlement and that formula, and they weren't proposing changes to it. We have a meeting, and I'll give the member an opportunity now. We have a meeting next week. If she wishes the Conservative Party to propose changes to the formula, you have a meeting next week, I believe it's next Wednesday or Thursday, propose those changes. Let's see what the changes are. Let's see what you want to see. Let's see how you believe the funding should be distributed. And then let's see if you can find a Conservative councillor who will propose it. Because when I talk to Conservative councillors, what they aren't talking to me about is changing the formula. They're just saying they're very grateful that their councillors in Wales are not councillors in England, where they're seeing their own government contemptuously, not just dismissing local government, but systematically dismantling local government. I'll give way to the Leader of the Opposition if he wants us to. I'll give away to the Leader of the Opposition. I'm always happy to.
The record increases of council tax that have happened since the start of devolution here in Wales. And the little respite you've given in particular to rural authorities to meet the demands of extra services you've placed on them.
Well, the Leader of the, I look forward to the Leader of the Opposition's letter coming to me this week or next week with changes he proposes to the formula. I'll put it in the library with his permission. But I gave him the opportunity there to defend local government and to say how important local government was. And what he did was to attack the decisions of local government and to attack the decisions of locally elected councillors. One of the points that was made by Mike Hedges in his contribution was about the difficulties facing local authorities in balancing the books and delivering excellence in services. And let me say this, I absolutely agree with the points that he made in that contribution. Being a local councillor and a local authority leader today is one of the hardest and most difficult jobs in Welsh Government, and we should be thanking local government leaders for the work they do and not condemning them, as the Leader of the Opposition has done, for the decisions that they take. We have an excellent track record in supporting local government in Wales, and Mr. Presiding Officer, I hope and I am confident that that will continue. We know that since 2010 and 11, that in England, in real terms, local government has been cut by 22%. In cash terms, to a 12% cut in local government in England. In cash terms, over the same period, we've seen an increase of 4.4% in Wales. We know that spending per head in Wales is £527 per person higher than in England. We know that we are investing in local government, and we know that we are seeking to protect local government. But the points made by Sian Gwenllian are also absolutely right. There is a crisis of public finances in this country. It's caused by a failed austerity project that was established in order to pay off a deficit, but has doubled the deficit. It was established in order to pay off a debt. It hasn't succeeded in doing that. What it is doing is leading to a dismantling of local government in England and a decline in the ability to deliver public services. And that is not something which I would ever be proud of. But let me say this to other members who took part in the debate. The points made by Jenny Rathbone, I think, are absolutely right for her to raise. I will say to Jenny, Hugh Thomas, the leader of Cardiff Council, raised these matters with me last week, and I also aware that the leader of Swansea has written to the Cabinet Secretary for Education, and I know that the Cabinet Secretary will be replying to the leader of Swansea, and we have asked our officials to work with both the leaders of the councils you've named, but also with the WLGA to try to resolve the issues that you raise. It's absolutely fair and right and proper that we raise those issues. But let me say this in closing, Presiding Officer. It is the easiest thing in the world to come to this chamber and to make a speech. You can condemn either the decisions of this government or condemn the decisions of local government, and different people have taken the opportunity to do that this afternoon. But let me say this. This is a government that respects local government. It's a government that wants to work with local government. It is a government that will seek to protect local government, public services and public service workers. It's what we're doing this afternoon, and I would ask members on all parts of this chamber to support the government in doing that today. Thank you.
Cwestiwn yw o ddylid derbyn y cynnig, a oes unrhyw aelod yn gwrthwynebu? Gohiriaf y bleidlais felly ar yr eitem tan y cyfnod pleidleisio. Dyma ni nawr yn cyrraedd y cyfnod pleidleisio, goni bai bod 3 aelod yn dymuno i mi gannu'r gloch. Dwi'n symud yn syth i'r bleidlais. A'r bleidlais gynta ar y gyllideb derfynol. OK. Galw... Oh, well, 3 members. 3 members? Yeah. Yeah, OK. Oh, definitely 3. 3 members. Ni'n cyrraedd y bleidlais felly. A'r bleidlais gyntaf ar y gyllideb derfynol 2018-19, a dwi'n galw am bleidlais ar y cynnig a gyflwynwyd yn enw Julie James. Agor y bleidlais. Cau'r bleidlais. That was my fault. O blaid 28, 8 yn ymatal, 18 yn erbyn, ac felly derbyniwyd y cynnig. Y bleidlais nesaf ar y gorchymyn ar drethu anomestig 2018, galwaf am bleidlais ar y cynnig a gyflwynwyd yn enw Julie James. Agor y bleidlais. Yn dangos nawr? No. Odych chi wedi pleidleisio, Dafydd? Newn ni ddim gweithio chi pa ffordd pleidleisio chi. Cau'r bleidlais. O blaid 45, 1 yn ymatal, 8 yn erbyn, ac felly mae'r cynnig wedi ei dderbyn. Yr bleidlais nesaf felly ar y setliad Llywodraeth Leol 2018-19, a dwi'n galw am bleidlais ar y cynnig a gyflwynwyd yn enw Julie James. Agor y bleidlais. Cau'r bleidlais. O blaid 33, 8 yn ymatal, 13 yn erbyn, ac felly derbyniwyd y cynnig, a dyna ddiwedd ar yn trafodion am y dydd.